way too much. Wish that I could somehow keep my mouth shut.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call to order this call meeting of the Arlington ISD Board of Trustees on August 13th, 2020 at, my screen's too big, I don't have my time, 5:06 p.m. Due to health and safety concerns related to the COVID-19 coronavirus, this meeting will be conducted by video conference or telephone call. At least a quorum of the board will be participating by video conference or telephone conference in accordance with the provisions of sections 551.125 or 551.127 of the Texas Government Code that have been suspended by order of the governor. Members of the public may access this meeting via AISD website at www.aisd.net. The Board of Trustees on August 13th, 2020, beginning at 5:07 p.m., will convene in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code in accordance with the Texas Opens Meeting Act for the topic set forth on our agenda. We will reconvene in open meeting at approximately 6:15 p.m. Thank you. This time, I will reconvene into open session this meeting of the Arlington Independent School District Board of Trustees for August 13th, 2020, beginning at 6:30 p.m. We will start our meeting with the opening ceremony. Please join Melody Fowler in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, President Mays. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fowler. If everybody could please make sure that you are muted unless you are speaking to avoid any disruptions. And now if you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Okay, next we will open our public hearing on the 2021 budget and revised proposed tax rate. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters registered to address the board regarding the 2020-21 budget and revised proposed tax rate?
Yes, ma'am. We have Mr. Larry McFarland registered to speak regarding the budget and tax rate.
Okay, so we have a comment card from the virtual audience. When I call your name, please begin speaking. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Trustees will not reply to the speakers. Mr. McFarland. Mr. McFarland, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin speaking.
Okay, and I have 5 minutes from right now, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes from right now, yes.
Okay. My name is Larry McFarland. I'm here to discuss the AISD budget for 2021. You may remember me from the last budget failure meeting about this same time last year. I'm the one who gave you the real world solution to your massive budget, and you laughed at me. So I expect the same treatment today. And by the way, that behavior does speak volumes. I come before you to speak of the impending failure of AISD, the inevitable approval of the 2021 budget and tax rate. With a basis deeply rooted in fantasy, someone has proposed that an 8% budget increase in economic times, a 1% inflation is a really good idea because, after all, it's for the children. And as long as you can spend it for the children, then pretty much anything can be justified, even an increase 8 times the rate of inflation. Structured in a city with a flat population count, increasing a budget like this, well, it's nuts. The fact is, it's an abysmal idea. Demanding 8% more money when you just received approval of $1 billion is just like, like that rap singer. What's his name? Ludicrous. That's it, ludicrous. Charged with spending so much money, it must be really fun. And for that, I want to be just like you. Charged with educating our children to be better and brighter than all the other millions of people competing for jobs should be the primary focus for the spending of all that money. Creating a herd of tackle dummies so that a handful of huge players can get a professional sports contract does nothing for the remainder of those students. Wasting $1 billion on entertainment is utterly unbelievable. The focus of this massive expenditure should be education of students and nothing more. With all this money you're extracting from taxpayers, AISD should be turning out the top minds in the country. Graduates should be technically savvy and incredibly agile critical thinkers, not people who can run real fast or jump real high, because as crazy as it sounds, every single kid that goes through AISD, unless they go straight to prisoner welfare, is going to have to go and get a real job. And preparing them to be minimum wage earners is a failure of AISD, no matter how you'd like to spin it. 8% more tax, you get the taxpayers the best in the state, and anything less is a waste of money, my money. I'm actually your ideal property taxpayer. I pay $6,000 a year to AISD, and I've got no kids in school. Haven't in a decade or so. So you get from me a long-term golden revenue stream from me without ever having to do anything for me, except, well, take my money and spend it any way you want to, regardless of how well your graduates score on college entrance exams. You don't live in the real world where you have to make the sale to get the money. Your money just falls in your lap, and if you want 8% more, magically appears. Massively overpaying administrators should be eliminated immediately, starting at the top, because administrators don't teach kids. They're only overhead. Teachers teach kids, and teachers make an impression on kids. Administrators do not. If I get to choose between one massively overpaid administrator or a handful of the best math teachers in the state, I'm picking the math teacher every time. Every time, every single time. So here's the summary. Cut the tax rate to 0% increase, eliminate the overpaid administrators, and deliver the smartest graduates on the planet. Anything less is your failure. And I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Mrs. Benjamin.
My pleasure.
Ms. Benjamin, is there anyone else that would like to address the board regarding the 2020-21 budget?
No, ma'am, not for this open forum.
Okay. So the public hearing on the 2020-21 budget and revised proposed tax rate is now closed. Okay, now we will move to our open forum for agenda items. As stated on the posted agenda, members of the public who desire to address the board regarding an item on this agenda are required to register by sending an email to the Superintendent of School Secretary, lbenjami@aisd.net, no later than 3 p.m. the day of the board meeting. Mrs. Benjamin, do we have any requesters registered to address the board regarding agenda items?
Yes, ma'am. We have Mr. Wendell Belfield.
Okay. This is a routine part of the school board's agenda for regularly scheduled meetings. This segment of the meeting provides citizens with an opportunity to share their views with the trustees on items that are on the agenda tonight. It is not intended to be a discussion or a debate, and trustees will not reply to the speakers. Derogatory comments aimed at an individual will not be tolerated. Personnel matters are not appropriate subjects for open forum. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Mrs. Benjamin will notify you when your time is up, and at that time, please end your presentation. Okay, it looks like we are connecting. Hello, Mr. Bielefeld, are you there?
Hello, was that for Wendell Bielefeld?
That sure is. You may begin speaking.
Okay, I'll start now. Thanks. To start real quick, 2 meetings ago, I know I presented a number, I guess, that had a question about. I want to cover that real quick. I think Ms. Walton raised a question. I'd reported that the number of children deaths in Texas was 0, and that was per the CDC numbers at the time, which were current through July 11th. So they were not capturing that recent death that she'd heard about in the news. So I know that probably just affected credibility of the rest of my comments. So I did want to clear that up. I do have updated numbers, so I want to kind of put those out there. And these are kind of closer to home. So Texas Department of State Health Services numbers. So as of yesterday, August 12th, there have been 2 fatalities less than a year old, 5 fatalities between 1 and 9 years old, and 9 fatalities between 10 and 19 years old. So right now, roughly 1 out of every 1,000 COVID deaths in Texas is a child. So very clearly, and very thankfully, this disease is not targeting children. This year in Texas, there has already been hundreds of deaths due to non-COVID pneumonia. So it still remains true that our children are 10 times more likely to die from flu or non-COVID pneumonia than from COVID itself. So I know there are valid reasons for closing and keeping the schools closed beyond just the children, but I hope we can all agree that keeping the schools closed is not being done to save children's lives. And in fact, if you consider the increase over a typical year of suicides, homicides, and drug overdoses, this year you can make the case that keeping the schools closed are going to kill more children than it saves. And both sides of the reopening school issue are definitely concerned with the safety of our children, but the reopening of the schools should not be presented as a choice between a safe for children option and an unsafe for children option. And I know our district has decided our schools are going to remain closed for the first 4 weeks of school, and the TEA has a waiver that must be filled out by each school district desiring to continue to restrict access to an on-campus instruction beyond that first 4 weeks of the school year. I'll just quote verbatim real quick from that waiver. It says the school system, quote, must submit a board-approved waiver, request the TEA to extend that transition window up to 4 additional weeks. The board must take action to authorize this waiver by specific vote and cannot otherwise delegate the waiver application to the superintendent. Teachers, staff, and parents should be consulted about the transition plan before the waiver is submitted. So I'm hoping later in tonight's meeting, a board member can comment on when that vote will take place, how teachers, parents, and staff will be consulted before the waiver is submitted, and the local public health conditions that are being considered. And to run through those real quick, so last Friday, the Tarrant County Public Health official released their official guidance for school reopenings. They put out a nice detailed document, and it had recommendations including 6 community metrics that would have to be met before reopening. So I want to run through those real quickly, those six metrics, and kind of report where we stand. So the positivity rate of 10% or less, as of today, we're right at 10% positivity, and the trend is declining. That number is going down, so that's a good trend, and we're meeting that metric. The next metric is cases of 2,000 per week or less. We're currently not meeting that metric. We're up in the 2,500s, or last week it was 3,000, but the trend is strongly downward, and I expect by the numbers that they report next week, that's going to be even better. And then we have 4 weeks of data showing stable declining case counts. So we're meeting that metric. We're meeting the 7-day moving average of CLI-like illnesses. And that's it. So we're meeting almost every metric. And just want to wrap up real quick, I guess, around the world, schools have reopened already, and there's not been a case where a country has closed school back down. There's not been cases where there's been waves of teachers or kids that have gotten more sick. So just want to, in every case in UK and Italy where they have been harder hit than we are, they are reopening schools in person. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to be the outlier that says we're not going to give parents a choice. And I think that's really what we're asking for. It's not that we move everybody to school, but we have the choice of online or in person. And those that are concerned about the schools can keep their kids at home. If they have high-risk households, they can keep their kids at home. So was just hoping later in this meeting you can communicate at what future date that waiver will be discussed and voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bielefeld.
Sure.
Okay. Next on our agenda are action items. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And so we move to our action items tonight. And as we do that, we are going to consider the M&O tax rate and things like that. But before that, we'll go to a presentation by our CFO, Darla Moss and Cindy Powell, in terms of setting the stage for the next items that the board will be reviewing in action items. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Moss.
I think Ms. Moss is muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, we have a three-part presentation tonight. Ms. Powell's going to share her screen with you. And I'm going to go over the first portion of that presentation. And then Ms. Powell will go over some of the efficiencies that we have talked about here. And then we'll have our auditor go over the audit report on the efficiency audit that they created. Okay, so our first slide here, we talked about this last week with the board and shared it out with you. Just a couple of points that I want to make on this slide is our financial planning. Arlington has a long history of successful financial planning. We've done some competitive compensation, provided efficient, effective, and functional learning environments for our students. Trying to go with her open. And there are two takeaways that I really want here. The first takeaway is that we've had that rigorous financial planning. The second takeaway is just the planning has involved the engaging our community. The Financial Futures Committee has been involved with district planning, our stakeholders, budget planning, and feedback from the community through surveys, as the one that was presented out to the board a couple of weeks ago. All of that has been significant in our financial planning. Next slide, Cindy. Okay. And so we also talked about our legislature for the last 2 years. Every 2 years, we contend with changes that impact our day-to-day operations. And so I want to share out tonight or review with you just the 5 takeaways from that legislature. There was a reduction in school property tax rates and a compression mechanism was applied. A ceiling and a floor were also applied, and districts are not allowed any longer to go over that 2.5% property tax growth. The tier 1 rate cannot fall less than 90% of the highest tier 1 rate of all school districts. And as our local taxes increase, that tier 1 rate is going to decrease. Procedures and requirements for tax ratification elections were changed, and they're now, as we stated a couple of weeks ago, referred to as our voter approval tax rate elections. Districts are now required to complete an efficiency audit before they can hold a VATRE. And as a result of the state declaring, or the governor declaring an emergency back in March, that audit is not required for the next 2 years. However, our district has opted to move forward with the efficiency audit. That audit is now complete, and we have a representative here tonight with Whitley Penn who's going to share out those results later. Okay, and we showed you this a couple of weeks ago. It's just a snapshot of the budget that the board adopted back in June. $535.5 million in revenue, $567 million in expenditures, and that resulted in a $31.5 million deficit for the 2021 budget. The estimated taxable value for the budget adopted in June was $32.5 billion, and that equals the 2019 value. We saw a little increase in values for the 2020 year. It's now at $33.1 billion, and that equates to about 1.84% of an increase. And so we also visited about how the tax rate is calculated. So the district was required to submit certified taxable value information to the Texas Education Agency, and they calculated that new tier 1 rate. Arlington ISD, we received our values in July. We submitted the updated information to the agency and received approval of that maximum compressed tax rate from the agency last month. We've also in the past taken advantage of those 4 tier 2 golden pennies. The district now has access to 1 additional penny, and we're moving forward tonight recommending to the board that you approve that additional penny, but it does require unanimous board approval. This slide, I just wanted to share out the two different pieces of the tax rate, the M&O rate and the INS rate. For the last several years, our financial planning has been focused on that INS portion of the rate with that 2014 and 2019, the bonds. So the INS is renovations, buses, fine arts, et cetera. They're paid with that portion of the tax rate. But tonight we're focusing on that M&O portion of the rate, which funds our teacher salaries, instructional supplies for students, utilities, and just the day-to-day operations of the district. And so the next couple of slides I'll share show the tax rate history dating back to the 2000 school year. The 2001 tax year, our M&O rate was $1.35, and that rate peaked at $1.50 in 2005 and 2006 tax years. A tax rate compression at that time was implemented in 2005, and we see where that rate began to decline as well. And Cindy, if you'll show the next one. And so this is just a different picture of the same information, and it shows where Arlington ISD's M&O rate remained at $1.04 from the 2007-2008 school year until the 2019-20 school year when the legislature changed school finance. And that light colored, I'm sorry, Cindy, just that light colored bar on the end there represents what administration is recommending to increase that rate to, which is 1.0864. And so how does that impact Arlington? We talked about this a couple of weeks ago as well. That first golden penny, which requires unanimous board approval, generates approximately 5.4 million. The 3 additional pennies require voter approval, and that would generate an additional $20.8 million. Of that $26 million, of that total $26 million, 50 to 55% of that is generated from the state. So for every additional dollar paid by local taxpayers, the state is going to contribute $1 in return. Of the copper pennies, approximately 13% of that $30 million is going to be generated from the state, additional funding from the state. And the total 13 pennies generate approximately 56.6 million. So we also shared out this chart with you, and it shows what each additional penny could generate, totaling to that 56.5 million on the bottom line there for that last penny. And one thing I want to point out here is on the INS rate. For the proposed tax rate, that portion of it is 0.3007, and that is decreasing from what we proposed in the budget that was adopted in June, where it was 0.31867. So as a result of bond refunding and as a result of a decrease in taxable values, or the increase in taxable values, we were able to reduce that rate, or that portion of the rate. And just another picture of the taxpayer impact. Annual estimation of the impact for a homeowner based on Tarrant Appraisal District's average value of $208,985, with the proposed rate of 1.0864, which requires a voter approval tax rate election, 12 additional pennies plus the 1 penny approved by the board. The estimated annual cost to a taxpayer is approximately $162.70 annually, and monthly $13.56. So how does that affect our senior citizens? Property taxes for citizens 65 years or older are not affected over the frozen amount, as long as the appropriate homestead exemptions have been filed with the Tarrant Appraisal District. They will not see an increase in their taxes. And so why does AISD need a VATRE? Again, Arlington ISD has a need to access more resources for competitive teacher compensation, for access to additional state funding, and instructional opportunities for our students, market competitive for all staff, and all of these are key points of our strategic planning. This is just a picture of our tax rate comparison. For 2019, the rate was 1.29867. The voter approval tax rate proposed for 2020 is 1.3871 for an increase of 0.0884. And so here's the timeline. We shared this out a couple of weeks ago. The items that you see shaded on the chart represent steps that have been completed in this process. Tonight, we bring 4 action items to the board that administration is recommending. The approval of that additional golden penny, which requires unanimous board approval, the adoption of the ordinance setting the 2020 tax rate, the approval of the order calling for a voter approval tax rate special election, the approval of the resolution authorizing the superintendent to negotiate with Tarrant County and enter into a joint election agreement. August the 17th is the last day to call that election, and an efficiency audit must be completed and posted on the website 30 days prior to the election on November the 3rd. And so at this time, if there are any questions, or if we want to go ahead and hear the efficiencies from Ms. Powell, I'll pause at this time.
Trustees, do we have any questions at this time, or would you like to let Cindy Powell continue? And I can't see everybody, so you'll just have to speak up if you want to speak now. Okay, so it looks like we'll allow Ms. Powell to go ahead and speak, and then we'll have any questions after that, Ms. Moss.
Thank you, President Mays, board members, Dr. Cavazos, good evening. The next piece of this presentation will focus on efficiencies in our budget and work that we have done over the last number of years to help us sustain that tax rate that Mrs. Moss showed you just a moment ago. So I'll revisit this slide that we just looked at that shows our tax rate history for the last 20 years. What you see on here is the lighter green bar is our M&O tax rate, which is the portion of the rate that pays our day-to-day operating cost. And what you see on this chart is that our tax rate has not increased in over 15 years. We've had 3 tax rate decreases over the last, or in the last 3 years even. So one thing to remember about school districts is that we have shared funding with the state. And as part of that system, as property values go up, our state aid actually goes down. And so when we talk about having property value increases, those value increases typically do not yield much, if any, additional revenue on the M&O portion of our budget. So we've had to work very, very hard, actually, over a number of years to manage our budget within the tax rate that we could levy before going to the voters for approval. And as you see on this chart, that has been $1.04 for 12 years. 12 of the last 15 years, we were at $1.04. With the passage of House Bill 3 this past year, that rate was lowered just a little bit, and the state increased our funding to replace the dollars that we lost by lowering our tax rate. But it is still a shared funding system. And so every year now, when our property values go up, our state aid goes down by an equal amount in that same year. In years past, before House Bill 3, there was a 1-year lag in when as to when our state aid was reduced and when your property values increased. So again, we've worked over the last few years, always trying to find those opportunities to reduce cost and to repurpose resources and to just be as efficient as we could to maintain that tax rate as long as we could. This slide actually shows a comparison from using 2018 tax rates. We got this off of the TEA website. This is the latest data that they have posted. But you see 42 districts here. These are 42 districts that we compare with for salaries, teacher salaries, and these are districts around us that we compete with for teachers. I have highlighted here in green those districts around us that have already gone to their voters and sought approval to increase their tax rate and so that they could access more funding. And so that is 64% of the districts on this list. When we compare ourselves to these districts for salary purposes, what we found in the last few years is that we've been losing ground. And it quite simply comes to a matter of having access to additional resources to maintain and increase salaries to a more competitive level. We have held the line on our tax rate and have been very efficient in how we've operated, but we have lost ground to some of these other districts in the last few years in regards to teacher salaries, and that has a direct impact on our ability to recruit and retain teachers. So we shared this slide with you in June. As we built our budget this year, like we do every year, we try to find those opportunities to reduce costs and to repurpose resources so that, again, we can maximize our efficiency and sustain that tax rate as long as we can. So in this particular year, what you see here are efficiencies that we identified of $1.6 million. I'll point out that that was even after adding teachers for our pre-K program, the implementation of full day pre-K this year. So after we added approximately 55 teachers for that program, we still wound up with a net reduction of 12.5 teachers. That is because we exercise a great deal of discipline in our staffing process and staff very, very tightly to enrollment projections. And so we were able to actually reduce some of our headcount, and that helped us save some resources. We also had procured a new electricity supply contract that went into effect January 1. And so the first 6 months of this contract of this new fiscal year will be under that contract. And so that has allowed us to save another $1.8 million in electricity supply this year. And then a reduction in fuel prices allowed us to make a reduction in fuel cost. We look for those opportunities every year. And we've got here a list of some of the things that we've done over the last 5 years, the more significant things in that regard. And so I'll run through several of these with you. Over the last 5 years, we have been able to consolidate several schools into a fewer number of schools and consolidate some programs. That's allowed us to save some cost on campus administration, custodial cost, utilities, and other support costs in those campuses. I mentioned staffing discipline. We have gotten very, very good over the last few years at projecting enrollments and then staffing very diligently to those projections. Our HR department does an excellent job of that. We've started in the last couple of years requesting class size waivers in very targeted situations where it makes sense to do so. And those class size waivers have allowed us to avoid adding some costs to the budget after the year begins when we have a class size that may go over by 1 or 2 students. Each of the last couple of years, we've been able to save over $1 million in cost by filing for waivers in very targeted situations. We've been aggressive in our efforts to recruit out-of-district transfers to bump up our enrollment counts, and we do that in schools and places where we have capacity, both physical capacity and capacity within our staffing to take additional students, and that helps us maximize our state aid. We talked about energy conservation already and electricity supply contracts. We look for opportunities to be able to bid that commodity when appropriate. We are part of a maintenance benchmark study every year that just helps us identify if there are any opportunities where we might want to look for maybe retooling the way we go about our work to reduce some cost. Over the years, we've taken advantage of some low interest energy retrofit loans from the state that have allowed us to upgrade some equipment and lighting, again, to help us conserve energy. We've used surplus fund balance in previous years on a couple of major occasions recently to construct new facilities. That has kept us from issuing bond dollars for those same needs and saved us interest cost on that. Similarly, with activity buses, we started purchasing a few of those smaller buses a couple of years ago, and that has allowed us, we buy those out of bond funds, but we have been able to reduce our fuel cost and operating cost to drive small groups of students within the district during the day, and those have been very, very helpful. The upgrades we've done through the bond program, especially to mechanical equipment and electrical equipment, have yielded energy savings that are very helpful on the operating side. We're very, very careful in considering needs for programming and look for opportunities to reorganize departments and repurpose existing positions to stave off adding positions to the budget. We also evaluate our programs before we place dollars with programs. We've become very, very disciplined really since the start of our 2012 strategic plan in aligning our resources with our priorities. We've sold property that we don't need to make sure that it's back on the tax roll. And we've looked for opportunities for partnerships. And these partnerships allow us to enhance our instructional programming and opportunities for students. And in many cases, at no cost at all to us because of the generosity of the partners that we are participating with. And so those have been very meaningful ways that we've been able to gain efficiencies while also increasing our learning opportunities for students. So you heard Mrs. Moss mention a few minutes ago efficiency audits. So when House Bill 3 was passed by the legislature last year, one of the new requirements is that a district undergo an efficiency audit before considering or going to the public to ask for an increase in their M&O tax rate. The law says that that a district that is in an area that is declared a disaster by the governor is exempt from going through the audit process for 2 years after that disaster declaration. So as we all well know, in March, Governor Abbott declared a disaster for all of the counties in the state due to the health pandemic. And so technically, school districts are exempt from doing an efficiency audit prior to seeking a what's now called a voter approval tax rate election anytime in the next 2 years. As we began to work towards our budget this spring and began to contemplate again the need to perhaps go to our voters to seek approval to access additional revenues, we talked about the efficiency audit and we felt like it was important to go forward with it, even though we're not technically required to do so. So we did engage Whitley Penn, an independent audit firm, to do an efficiency audit for us. And so we have here with us this evening, Selena Sarasaris, who is an audit partner with Whitley Penn. And so she is going to take a few minutes and share the results of that audit and explain the content and the requirements for that audit. And then we'll all be available to answer questions when she finishes. So with that, Selena, I'm going to turn this to you and I'm going to continue driving the slides.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Ms. Powell, and thank you to Mrs. Moss for the introduction. You know, they gave a great introduction in the history of the efficiency audit. And again, it was all due to the 86th legislature and passage of House Bill 3 that requires the school district to undergo an efficiency audit prior to holding a voter approval tax rate election. So our job as the efficiency auditors is to provide the voters with information regarding the school district's fiscal management efficiency and utilization of the resources. And as mentioned earlier, the efficiency audit and the analysis is only required to change the maintenance and operations property tax rate. It does not affect the interest in sinking or the debt service tax rate. As also mentioned earlier, because of COVID-19, Governor Abbott did declare a disaster. And so beginning March 13, 2020, and 2 years out from that date, school districts or a board of any school district may hold an election, a voter approval tax rate election without an efficiency audit. But again, we were engaged to perform the audit. And if we go to the next slide, we can discuss what the requirements were of the Legislative Budget Board. Even though House Bill 3 was passed over a year ago, the LBB came out with guidelines for these efficiency audits, February 28, 2020 to be exact. And they require us to use the most recent available data, which would be fiscal year 2019. And so it's important to note that this is pre-House Bill 3 and all the changes that that bill brought on to school districts. Our report requires us, or the process requires us to identify peer districts. And then the report contains 24 responses with 18 figures, and they're all reported in the prescribed format, the LBB prescribed format, excuse me. And if there are any variances, significant variances that are worth explaining, that is done so in the efficiency audit report. The criteria for selecting the peer districts, we're considering type, the tax rate, and the size. So Arlington ISD is considered a major urban district or a type A district. There are 8 categories ranging from major urban to rural. So the Texas Education Agency and Texas A&M also utilized provided data and identified peer districts for all school districts in the state of Texas. It also takes into consideration comparable tax rate, property wealth, and also student enrollment. The 9 districts on the next slide show that Arlington ISD, El Paso, Fort Bend, Fort Worth, Garland, Louisville, Northside, Northeast, and Pasadena were the 9 peer districts that were the most comparable to Arlington ISD. And if you'll notice, these districts are situated all over the state, from Harris County to Dallas County or Tarrant County, Bayard County, and even El Paso County. So they're spread out throughout the state. The accountability rating looks at student achievement and school progress. So Arlington ISD's district rating was a B, or 80, which equates to 86 points out of a possible score of 100 points. Its peer district's average was also 86. So Arlington ISD was on par with its peers. The School First rating is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, and it's issued by the Texas Education Agency. So it's important to note that the district has earned a superior or A rating. And so just last week, the 2020 ratings were issued, and that was based on the 2019 fiscal year 2019 data, which is in line with what the LBB required. So although we're using the 2020 first rating, it's still based off of the 2019 data. We would further to see if the district has consistently earned a superior rating, and we found that it has. Beginning with the 2016 rating based on the 2014-15 financial data, the district has been earning a superior rating. So that's 5 years of superior rating. Prior to that, there were only points assigned and not grades. If we look at the student counts and the special populations that TEA considers important, we'll see that Arlington ISD student counts for fiscal year 2019 were 59,723. Its peer district's average totaled 68,425. So when you look at the economically disadvantaged numbers, Arlington ISD had 43,504 economically disadvantaged students compared to its peer districts of 43,336. So you'll see that English learners and those students that qualify for bilingual or ESL education were higher than the peer districts. Special ed students were a little lower than its peer districts, and as well as the career and technical students eligible for taking career and technical classes. On the next slide, we take a look at percentages. So out of the 59,723 students that Arlington ISD serves, 72.8% of those students are economically disadvantaged. And when you look at its peer districts, only 63.3% of the student population are economically disadvantaged. The state average is 60.6% in the gray, if we look at the gray bars. And it's important to note that the state average looks at all districts, all 1,200 districts, ranging from as small as 16 students all the way up to 200,000 plus students across the state. So it's looking at all sizes, all demographic, all population, taking that into consideration. And in this first set of data here, it's just looking at economically disadvantaged students. Again, the English learners and bilingual education, the student population as a percentage for Arlington ISD was higher than its peer districts and the state average, but lower in the special education and career technical education student population. Next slide, please. If we get into the financial data, we'll look at operating revenues per student. So this takes into account the general fund and special revenue funds. It does not include interest and sinking or the debt service property tax revenue, nor does it take into account any capital project fund revenue. Arlington ISD's revenue totaled $9,428 per student, while its peer districts brought in $9,945 per student, and the state average was $10,465. If we look at the next slide, and I'll be toggling between this slide and the operating expenditures per student, Arlington ISD's expenditures per student were $9,566. In the previous slide, we saw that it was $9,428. So it looks like it's less revenue, but there's a caveat in the data, and it is included in the report and explained also in the financial data provided by the Texas Education Agency. The state of Texas every year contributes on behalf of the employees into the teacher retirement system of Texas. So under the governmental accounting standards, regulations, and pronouncements, governmental entities, school districts are required to report those contributions made by the state on behalf of the employees as revenues and expenditures. The Texas Education Agency excluded the revenues, but included the expenditures. So in my opinion, if we were to look at expenditures and remove what those TRS contributions would equate to, it's $425 per student is what the state on behalf contributions equal to. It was $25.4 million that was not included in revenues, but was left in expenditures. So that's why it looks a little bit skewed. And again, if we were to take out those TRS contributions, we would remove about $425 per student. But again, this slide on just the operating expenditures, this shows all things equal. Everyone has their TRS contributions on behalf included here. Peer districts and the school districts across the state alike have those contributions included. Arlington ISD's operating expenditures are still lower than its peer district's average and the state average. And if we look at instruction and related services, it's $5,940 per student, still less than its peer districts, but a little higher than the state average. If we look at general administration, the Texas Education likes to review that to make sure that general administration is kept at a lesser amount in relation to the other functional expenditure categories. And so Arlington ISD spends $174 per student in general administration, while its peer districts average is $215 per student, and the state average is $322 per student. As far as plant and maintenance and operations, Arlington ISD is still lower. And of course, because the total per student is lower in total, the remaining at $2,626 per student is still lower from its peer districts as well as the state average. On the next slide, I like to show, okay, we as Arlington have spent $9,566 per student, and that equates to 58.7% in instructional expenditures for Arlington ISD. Arlington ISD's peer districts, the average is 57.7% just in instruction, direct instruction to students, and the state is even lower at 56.1%. I also included food service operations here so that you would see that the amount spent on food service is comparable to Arlington ISD's peer district as well as the state average. And again, if we look at general administration as a percentage, the district has spent 1.8% in general administration cost, while its peer districts are at 2.2% and the state at 3.2%. Plant maintenance and operations, again, as a percentage, is still lower when compared to the overall expenditures per student. Next slide, please. If we look at payroll costs, it's important to note that the payroll reflected in the data provided by the Texas Education Agency is all funds. So again, all special revenue funds, which is all your federal funds, state grants, and other local grants or local funds. Arlington ISD spends 85.3% of all of its expenditures on payroll, while its peer districts spend 82.6%. The state average is 79.2%. The average teacher salary is $57,873, and it is higher than its peer district, slightly higher, and it is higher, of course, from the state average, which is $54,122. Teaching staff, 49.9% of the total staff employed by the district is made up of teaching staff, and that's comparable to its peer districts, which also were at 49.9%, and the state average is 0.1% lower. The number of students that are taught by a single teacher is 14.6 students, while the peer districts are a little bit higher at 15.1, as well as the state average. So there are less students taught by each teacher. If we look at total staff at Arlington ISD, there is 0.2, there's a fraction of a student, 2.2 students less taught by each staff member. So this also indicates that while your expenditures are lower compared to your peer districts, you also have smaller student size, smaller number of students taught by each teacher and by, if we look at a single staff member. Next slide, please. This next slide just looks at the general fund unassigned fund balance per student. So if you recall the audit reports, the annual financial audit report, you'll see that there's always many categories of general fund balance. So this is looking at that which is not set aside for any purpose, whether it was done by management or by the board, restricted by external parties, or in a non-spendable form, such as inventory or prepaids. This is what is available for future spending. So this looks at that category of fund balance per student, and Arlington ISD is at $3,237 per student in fund balance for fiscal year 2019, and you'll see that it is higher than its peer districts as well. On the next slide, we'll see the general fund unassigned fund balance as a percentage of operating expenditures. So this is taking, again, that unassigned fund balance and dividing it by the annual operating expenditures. So Arlington ISD was consistently at 38.1%, was between 38 and 39% in the last 5 years, while its peer districts were under. So one of the things to note as well is that these peer districts could have policies or amounts set aside by the board or by management. And one of the peer districts actually has a minimum fund balance policy of 90 days where they set it aside in a different category. And there's nothing really that can be done because the LBB prescribes or asks us to only look at unassigned fund balance. When you look at the other categories, such as assigned fund balance, the other districts came at about 36%. So Arlington ISD's fund balance is still healthy, which indicates that it manages its revenues and expenditures appropriately and has the recommended fund balance. If we go on to the next slide, the reason that I showed the other two slides previous to this is because the LBB requires that we report your final fund balance in comparison to 3 months average operating expenditures. So 3 months operating average expenditures would be 25%. So if your fund balance equates to 25% of your operating fund balance, that's 3 months. So this shows, did you meet that goal of 25% in operating expenditures? And you did meet that. If you had anything below 100%, that means you did not meet that. And so for Arlington ISD, you've exceeded that goal of 3 months operating expenditures every year consistently. So you haven't wavered. So it's not as if just the previous year, 2019, was the first year that you exceeded that. You've maintained that. Another thing that we also included in the report is that unassigned fund balance is not for ongoing operations. It's for emergencies or one-time expenditures. Ms. Powell described facility upgrades or construction that you've done in the past, and that's an example of what fund balance can be used for instead of using bond money, but it is not to fund ongoing operations in the general fund. So again, you'll see in your peer districts in 2018, 2017, and 2015 that the goal of 3 months average operating expenditures in unassigned fund balance was not met. It was a little bit lower, but they did meet it, exceed it by 5% in 2019. But the takeaway here is that Arlington has been consistent in the last 5 years. Any questions for me?
Okay, thank you very much, Selena. Are there any questions for Selena specifically from any trustees? Yes, Dr. Reich.
Yes, I don't have really a question, and in full disclosure, this is my second time seeing this presentation. Selena, thank you very much. I just wanted to say sincerely thank you. It's hard to make, in my opinion, an audit presentation entertaining, and you provided some great information there, really did, and highlighted some things. I'm aware that with the guidelines, you're not able to draw specific conclusions as far as rating our efficiency compared to others, but I think the things that you've highlighted with the different charts and graphs, it really speaks for itself. I'll probably go into more detail on that later, but I just wanted to say thank you very much for putting that together and going through this process, which is a very new process in our state, and that we, even with COVID, decided to go ahead and do this in advance anyway, because we are very transparent, and as a board, we really do seek to find any exposure of risk, any exposure of inefficiencies, et cetera. So I really appreciate you taking the time and going through the audit and explaining it as well as you have during this meeting tonight. So thank you.
Great. Well, you're very welcome, and thank you, President Mays and members of the board and Dr. Cavazos for having me on here tonight.
Thank you once again, Selena. Okay, do we have any questions from the trustees of Mrs. Powell or Mrs. Moss's presentation? Ms. Fowler?
Thank you, President Mays. If we could go back to the screen, and I'm not sure if Ms. Powell or Ms. Moss showed it, but the screen that showed what we're allowed to use for a TRE, what we can spend, if we could find that.
Yeah, I think it's the one right before the tax rate history.
I think that's right. Yeah, here we go. So I think it's important for us to point out, because I know we've probably all heard this from people that are saying, well, why in the world do we need to have a TRE when we just gave you $1 billion in the bond? But what I think people don't understand is there are certain things that the bond can be spent for and certain things that it can't. And the TRE would strictly be for more money for our teachers. Is that correct, Ms. Powell?
Sorry, hit the unmute button. So yes, M&O funds are for the day-to-day cost of operating the school district. And you're right, that is different than bond funds and our INS rate, which are for capital purposes. And so predominantly our costs are centered on payroll, the people who are serving our students, and that cost is predominantly made up of teachers. So yes, additional resources are needed to make sure that we stay competitive with other districts. We talked about inflation, and from year to year, our primary inflation factor is with salaries, and that is the largest portion of our budget by far. And so in order to make sure that we stay competitive with districts around us so that we are able to recruit and retain then the highest quality teachers, then yes, that's where we will direct these resources.
And the bond money cannot be used for teacher salaries, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Powell.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. That was definitely something that I wanted to point out as well. And Ms. Powell, I think there was another slide that actually had what we would spend for M&O and then INS. There was a slide that, very good. So my question is, this isn't just what AISD is saying, this is what we want to spend our general operating funds on versus our INS. This is specifically legislated on what our INS encompasses and then what our M&O. We can't make choices to move those around and spend money on one side or the other. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Any other trustees with questions? Mr. Wilbanks.
I think Mr. Hogg beat me to the punch. I'll let him go first.
Mr. Wilbanks, you got called on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Hey, Cindy, one thing I think is pretty telling in the presentation that Whitley Penn provided was the breakout on our revenue and our expenditures and what part comes from the state. Do you have that slide handy?
I do.
So looking at both of these, it's clear that we bring in a lot less than our peer districts and the state average, and we also spend less. A big chunk, if you notice the orange there on our revenue side, the part that we get from the state, can you explain why we get less than our peer districts, or what makes up the difference, why they actually have more state dollars?
Well, one of the things we've talked about is that a number of other districts across the state, over half of them have already had a VATRE to access additional resources. Of our 9 peer districts, 5 of them have had a VATRE to access additional resources. Some of those additional resources are coming from the state. With higher tax rate, the pennies above where we tax now are all equalized within the state funding system and are guaranteed to generate a certain level of funding. So if your district, if your own taxes don't generate that additional guaranteed amount, then the state gives you extra money there. And so we have not, we have several pennies that fall into that tier 2 category of state funding that is guaranteed at a certain level. But other districts, the majority, vast majority of districts across the state, and even with our own peer group, have access to even more state aid because they are taxing at a higher rate and leveraging those additional state dollars. So today, because we don't tax those pennies, we are leaving state resources on the table.
Thank you very much, Ms. Powell. And just one quick thing I want to point out, if you could pull up the slide that showed the percentage of our budget that's spent on the various categories. Like 2 ahead. Yeah, that one. So the red one there, just to point out, I know someone pointed out to us, had a proposal on how we could save a whole bunch of money by cutting all of our general administration staff. But that's only 1.8%. And again, if you look at that compared to the state, we run lean and mean in our central office, correct?
That is correct. And that's been consistent for a number of years where our percent of budget spent on general administration is about half the state average.
Yeah, just final comment. I want to thank you over the years working with you before I was on the board with Financial Futures. It's clear that the district as a whole has been great stewards of our taxpayer dollars. And I think this audit shows that in spades. So, and a lot of that work was due to you. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Do we have any other trustees? Mr. Hogg?
Thank you, President Mays. Ms. Powell, let me ask a question, and I'm throwing it to you, Ms. Powell, and Ms. Moss, you may have the answer also. In the last legislative session, there was a lot of discussion about if a tax rate for a TRE is increased from the voters, so a VATRE that we're talking about, districts would be able to lower that years to year as they go on. If I remember correctly, I think that bill was killed. Is that the case? If we increase this to the proposed rate, and let's say we do need to do a decrease in the future years, would we be able to do that without going back out for another tax election?
I'm going to ask Mrs. Moss to weigh in on that because you're right. I think that bill did not, that provision did not succeed. So I think if you have a VATRE and then subsequently decide to lower your rate, and then after that you choose to go back, I think you have to have another VATRE. And Mrs. Moss may want to add to that or clarify.
And I'm not certain about that, if you would have to go and have another VATRE. I do think that the board is allowed to set that tax rate. So if they were going to lower that tax rate, I'm not positive that you would have to go out for another VATRE, but we can find that information out for you, Mr. Hogg.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Moss, and I appreciate it. And I think, you know, I'm asking that with a little loaded question because I do think it is, I think the problem is the legislature says you can't then lower if it's not needed that year. And so districts are not lowering it from that standpoint. And I make that point, and I on two things. We need to have the power to be able to do that. Because as we see this, more and more M&O rates have become a state property tax rate, which is what it's become from the state. The state has regulated and pushed this and forced this issue on numerous districts that you see across. So I do think we need to add that to our legislative agenda so that we do, and it confirms with everything else in our legislative agenda of local control. Because we don't have a lot of local control on tax rates of what's happening and where they're going. As one of the senior members of this board, we've worked very hard with Ms. Powell, Dr. Cavazos, and all of our staff and my board colleagues to be very fiscally conservative and very focused on what we're doing. You see some of those numbers of our career and technical is higher than average peer districts because of the work of what we've done. You see our rate of payroll. Ms. Powell, let me ask this question, and sorry, I meant to send this to you before. We've trended 88, 89 some years on payroll staff. Last year, I think 85.9, 86%. With our salary increase that we've provided, did that go up anymore? Or are we still at that 86% range right around there?
I'd have to look. I think that it would have ticked up just a bit. So it's probably still 88, 89%.
Okay, so still in that range. I think it's fair to put us at that range. I mean, everyone likes to talk about bloated admin cost, and I've liked to talk about it before I was a board member also. I think it's a nice thing to talk about and good, but when you look at the actual numbers, you see that's not the case. And as much as people want to think that, and I would love to say 100% of your salaries go to teachers also, that's not a reality. It's not something that occurs. We have to manage buildings. We have to have CFO. We have to have a head of operations. We have to have head of security. We have to manage these things. And Dr. Cavazos, luckily, we have to have a superintendent of schools that run the school. Those are essential items. Principals are essential items of what we have to have. Now, our focus from every single member in this district has to be the teachers, because the teachers are the direct largest impact on our students, plain and simple. And this board stepped up really strong and made a note to our teachers and said, this is what we're going to do. So if we have to propose this, because I've gone back and forth, this is not an easy decision. We have worked really hard to not make this decision for many, many, many years. And now making this decision, it is where the legislature has driven us to what we're doing, and it is a driving factor for our 86 to 89% of our budget for our staff to get us to those levels. But I think it's also beyond that. I look at some of the things Dallas ISD, and I never like to sometimes compare ourselves to Dallas ISD. They've been able to be much more innovative on some programmings because of these extra dollars that they have. I think it's a huge amount of what they spent on their turnaround dollars for some of their schools from where that's critically needed. We've, as a board, chosen not to take our K through 4 at 24-1 across the district. That could be an easy tens of millions of dollars of savings, but we've chosen not to do that, which some other districts have taken that option to get us to that taste. We keep increasing our career and tech spending. And that's one of the things I couldn't be probably more proud about. And if that's wrong by asking for some things, I'm okay with doing that. When you get into it, you see these golden pennies and copper pennies, and Ms. Powell and Ms. Moss, two of the smartest people I know working in school finance. It's a very confusing system. For 12 years, I've been watching this system, and people don't understand it. And it is still, even with their changes in this last session and the session before, a very difficult finance system. I think it's a no-brainer. You automatically do the golden pennies. The one we have to vote on, that we come in unanimous, that we'll get to that, an action item A, it's a no-brainer from where it comes in. It should be a simple, easy vote, and I will look forward to making a motion for that one. And the other one, as much as it is a difficult decision, And I am one that doesn't like to pay any more property tax than I need to, as much as anyone else. But sometimes you make the decision of what am I willing to invest in? And this is an investment I'm willing to make. So I'm supporting this tonight on these decisions, and I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. One question that I have, and Mrs. Powell or Mrs. Moss, you do not have to go into the calculations of the formula for how money is given, but can you at least answer the question that so many people ask? For property taxes, even if they go up, the school district does not receive all of the property tax funding. Is that correct?
Mrs. Moss?
Go ahead, Cindy.
I thought y'all were going to say it in unison.
We probably could. No, you're exactly right. And this has existed for many, many years. It's supposed to be a shared funding responsibility between schools and the state. And over a long period of time, from the point on that bar chart where you saw our tax rates all drop from $1.50, all school districts had to compress their rates and ultimately wound down at $1.04. From that point forward, or at that point, the state put more money into the system to try to equalize that and to invest more in funding public education. But one of the basic premises of the entire funding system is that when your property values go up, then there's a mechanism within the state funding system that is an offset. And so it applies your tax rate against last year's, this is prior to House Bill 3, against your property values. And there's a portion of that then gets subtracted off of what the formulas calculate as your total entitlement. Beginning with House Bill 3, then there was a significant change in that instead of using last year's property values in the formulas, it now happens, that offset happens immediately. In each year, that the funding formulas use that year's property values to create that offset. And so if our property values go up, then there is a very large offset for an equal amount of money in the state funding formulas. And there's one of the biggest complaints of school districts over the years is there's nothing in the funding formulas that adjust for inflation. And again, for school districts, since we're all, the majority of our budgets are made up of payroll cost, then that inflation is what we all have to pay each year to remain competitive and with our salaries. And so year after year, there's really nothing built into the system that allows us to gain any incremental state funding. House Bill 3 was a bit of a help. We got some additional money. That additional money came with very targeted purposes attached to it, either for programs or for compensation. And so there's very little new discretionary money available. So I'm not sure that fully answered your question. Mrs. Moss might want to add to that.
Well, just one point I'll make, coming from a recapture district, such as I did, the values were very high. And as they increased, we actually, my last year there, we saw an increase of 45% in taxable values. So what that creates is we're actually sending money to the state. So that last year we sent over $132 million to the state, and we probably received about 20 million from the state. So that tells you, kind of gives you a better picture of kind of how that works. We were basically funding ourselves and also sending money to the state.
Right. Well, I appreciate both of those comments, because I do think that it is important. As Bowie had stated earlier, before you get on the board, you may know a little bit, but not the full details. And once you start to get the full details, you just want to let everybody understand, hey, this is how this financial thing really works to the best of your ability. And I appreciate the information that's been given today. One thing that I can say is that going through the efficiencies, that is something that I have seen AISD do for years. Yes, HB3 came along and it became a requirement to go to the voters to vote for the VATRE, but there are things that we had always done, and that was to be efficient with our dollars, to make sure that what we had, we were doing the best that we could do. And I think we did above and beyond that, actually, with the dollars that we have had. Bond money being separate from the TRE money, we've now gotten the resources. We now have the buildings. We now have the opportunities for our students. And now we're looking at the side that says we have the best teachers and we'd like to retain them. And at the end of the day, our teachers are family members. They have families. They have to buy food and raise their children and do all the same things that we are all doing. So to me, it's a no-brainer to think that in the world that we live in, that's important to think about. And during the state of the district, I think I mentioned that one thing that AISD does care about, and that's people. And that includes our teachers. And I think our teachers have done a phenomenal job of making sure that our students that have graduated to be very well participants within the community. Our CTE centers allowing students to graduate with jobs that are well above minimum wage. So I think that they have done an amazing job, and to have an opportunity to now to make sure that we can compete with those around us and do right by our teachers to make sure that they have money to be able to raise their families and continue to do what they're doing so awesomely for our students. So those are just my comments. Are there any other questions? Yes, Ms. Walton.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. Well said. Well said. I just want to get one more set of numbers, and that is the funding that runs our school district. How much of it comes from the state, and how much do we provide locally, percentage-wise?
Actually, I'll need to look at that breakdown to make sure I give you the right percentage. So give me just a few minutes, and I'll get right back with you on that.
Thank you.
So Mrs. Powell is looking that up. Does any other trustee just have a comment, not a question? Okay. I know Mr. Drollinger's down there going.
I hope he is. All right, just a minute.
It's going to be a race, Cindy.
He'll win. So the state funding comprises 41% of our total revenue budget. And I do want to point out that that includes almost $28 million, over $28 million that you heard Selena mention a minute ago, that is that TRS on behalf amount. So that's not cash coming to us. That's a book entry that we record.
Yes, I understand. Okay, so 41% from the state and the rest comes from the district.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. So this is an action item. I didn't see any other hands to make any comments, so I will ask, do we have a motion at this time?
Ms. Mays, are we ready for action item A?
We are ready for action item A. First, before you do that, Dr. Cavazos, did you have any other comments or anything to say before we move forward to making motions?
I don't have any further comments at this point.
Okay. Yes, we are ready for our motion.
Perfect. Miss Mays, I'll start off with action item A regarding what we talked about, our golden pennies. So let me put that in the form of a motion. I move that the board approve the levy of 1 cent on each and every $100 evaluation of property as part of the 2020 maintenance and operations ad valorem tax rate, if and only if the vote to approve the M&O tax rate is unanimous.
Okay.
I'll second it, Ms. Mays.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. Hogg, a second by Ms. Fowler. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will do our roll call vote since we are virtual. Ms. Walton,
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Louis Hogg, vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich,
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes unanimous in the affirmative. Next, we move on to our action item B. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And this one relates to setting the 2020 tax rate.
This is an action item. Do I have a motion or any discussion? Mr. Wilbanks?
If there's no pre-discussion, Ms. Mays, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, I do not see any. Yes, Dr. Reich.
Yeah, I just had some comments. I suppose I could have said it previously, but I do think that this is very important. As Mr. Hogg stated, and Ms. Moss and Ms. Powell stated as well, we haven't done this in our history on the board, that's for certain. I'll have to say, as a trustee being involved in this district as long as I have, similar to Mr. Hogg, came into this district looking to cut the bloat, looking to stop the train from heading into the brick wall, so to speak. And it wasn't too long into it to learn that, yes, there's efficiencies to gain, but overall, this is an incredibly well-run, fiscally responsible district. And Mr. Drollinger, Ms. Powell, the finance team in general, as always, kudos for what you've done. You have listened to the board. We have applied pressure at different points over the years to constantly look at reviews of programs, to create efficiencies, to maximize our effectiveness, all while doing everything we can to grow, promote, endorse student achievement. And there's just a few things to point out here that it really highlights things this evening when we're talking about this. The efficiency audit, as I said earlier, we didn't have to do it. We had an out. And people would say, well, that was legal, but they're still hiding things. We have nothing to hide. That was done with an outside agency. The way it's structured, they can't draw the conclusions, but we can draw the conclusions. And the conclusions are very clear. Mr. Wilbanks mentioned this as well in his questions earlier. The reality, we overall, at the end of the day, as I said, it's about student achievement. Well, according to this, we spend more per student than the state average, which the state average is higher revenues. That says a lot about what our priority is, what our focus is in this district. That hasn't changed, that hasn't wavered. And with that, as Ms. Powell talked about earlier, with efficiencies, we've created millions and millions and millions of dollars of efficiencies over the years, whether that's in capital or HR, whatever it is, energy, it's all across the board. And I applaud this board as being so active and aggressive to maintain that level of fiscal responsibility. I applaud, again, our district, our staff for rising to that occasion year in and year out. It is not an easy task. I'm looking at my notes here. things for us to consider, as Ms. Powell said, the property values, they don't impact us as much, with our values going up and the state aid decreasing in that year. Looking at the surrounding districts, I think you said 30, well, I inverted it. I said 36% have essentially not accessed the dollars that they would have available. In those numbers, that's 14 additional districts that haven't done that. So the vast majority have. The points there also in those districts that haven't, they do include districts that have a higher teacher or student to teacher ratio, which we have avoided. And that's a big one. That's millions and millions and millions of dollars. They're Chapter 41s, the vast majority of them, which, yes, the state funding formula is a mess as far as that goes, but at the end of the day, Chapter 41 still fare well better than we do as far as the amount of dollars that we have as far as per student. So there's a lot of advantages of those districts even that haven't exercised the opportunity to access those dollars. And I think that's really important to note. We have less revenue per student than our peers and the state, and yet we do all this. The admins that I think it was Mr. Wilbanks mentioned, that speaks volumes. This district has prided itself on being lean and mean, and I'm not going to ask and repeat previous years and previous meetings, but I've had this conversation with Ms. Powell in the past that, is this just a numbers game? Is this, we're putting these positions in this bucket versus other districts have it in a different bucket so we look better? It's just a shift in data. No, has been the clear answer. We have been very lean. Just fully transparent. It's not a shell game. It's the actual numbers. And if you really look at it deep down and look at who puts what dollars in what buckets, I bet our percentage is even lower than other districts. So just putting that out there. And the data that we were presented tonight shows that we pay our teachers more than our peers as far as the efficiency audit. And one distinction there to make, this data is previous to HB3, which throws everything completely out of whack. And as a board, Mr. Hogg and myself, we over the years had put in things, and now this board, I'm proud to be part of this team, we've worked and worked and worked to make sure that we're up there and competitive, as President Mays said, to reward and retain our quality staff. And with HB3, that created a great level of incongruency, and now and disproportionate salary structures with our comparison districts. And so I think it's important to note, prior to HB3, we were doing really good because we had a focused priority on taking care of our district, taking care of our personnel that ultimately have the same goal as us in our strategic plan, and making sure our students have the best opportunities, the best access to those opportunities. HB3 threw that out of whack. That's not reflected here, but what is reflected is our past history and our commitment. And what we're doing here tonight doesn't waver from that commitment. We are staying resolute in that commitment to reward, retain, recruit the best. We have lost staff, and we, everybody has different reasons. We have lost staff because of sheer salary. They're able to go to a district nearby and get X dollars more, and we have to stop that. That's just plain and simple. So there's even more things. I feel like I'm grandstanding. I don't want to talk a whole lot longer here. I'm not meaning to, but I think these points are really important to put out there. This isn't a decision that any of us take lightly. It is very important. We, as a board, as a governing body, as a district and staff and operationally, have squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. And one important point to make here is just because we put this out there, the public has to weigh in and has to decide. The public has supported us in the past. It's a different situation, but the reality is we have built a lot of trust in representing and being the conduit to our community of what they want to see and what they expect in a school district. And we are just continuing on really with a legacy that we have been building. So I think it's really important that we put all this out there in full disclosure, in full transparency. There are dollars that are accessible. We, at the end of the day, to our public, and I'll say this to the district, and I know what the answer is. If we put this out there to the public, if this does pass in November, does this mean we're going to sit back and go, oh, this is great, now we've got dollars and we're not going to look for efficiencies anymore? Don't answer. We know the answer. That's not the case. We have demonstrated consistent effort and results in looking at efficiencies. And that is not going to change. Again, with the outcome of what is best for that student, and ultimately what can we do to prop them up and open up their windshield of dreams and have them graduate being very successful critical thinkers, being industry leaders, being our next wave of heroes and leaders in this world. That's part of our strategic plan. That is not wavering, and I'm proud to be with this group. This is a tough one. It is absolutely time. There's not much else that really can be done, and it's time for us to access what is out there, at least put it out to the community to consider this. So that's all I have to say. I will be in full support of this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Good points. Yes, Ms. Walton.
Thank you, President Mays. I just want to add one thing. Aaron covered just about everything, but I believe that Arlington, our community, has always supported our schools, and it's with good reason. We have, a good school district that's well run and efficient, and that helps everybody's property values. So even people who maybe do not have children in the system at this time still benefits from the well-run school district that we have and the success that our students have. And I just am very optimistic that our community will continue to support our schools, and that will benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Any other comments? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. And I do want to point out quickly too that it is time. The fact that we came out on the wrong side on HB3 and had to spend an additional $36 million for our teachers this last budget. We've put this off, even though our citizen committee, our financial future committee, voted, what was it, 3 years ago to bring this. And even before that, when myself and Justin first served on FFC, there were a number of times that the recommendations from our citizens of this community were that it was time for a TRE, and we've put it off. But now there's no more putting off. The time is now, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for the comments that they just made. And with that, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 1.387100, which is effectively a 5.99% increase in the tax rate.
Okay, I've got a motion by Mr. Wilbanks. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Chapa. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. Ms. Walton,
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich,
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes unanimously to adopt the 2020 tax rate. Our next motion, consider and take action on an order calling a voter approval tax rate special election for November 3rd, 2020. Dr. Cavazos, any comments?
No comments.
This is an action item. Do I have any comments or questions? Yes, Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Mays. No questions or comments. I'm prepared to make a motion. Essentially, this is procedurally and necessary because the board has adopted a tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate as explained in the Texas tax code and is required to hold an election to validate the rate. I move that the board approve the order for a voter approval tax rate special election.
Okay, I've got a motion by Dr. Reich. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Ms. Fowler. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. Ms. Walton,
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks,
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa,
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich,
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler,
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg,
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes in the affirmative. Thank you very much. We now move to our motion action item D. Dr. Cavazos, any comments?
Thank you, President Mays. And this action item authorizes me to negotiate with Tarrant County to enter into a joint election agreement.
Okay, do I have any questions, comments by any trustees or a motion? Ms. Walton?
I'm ready to make the motion. I'm going to read the resolution as I believe that's required to conduct a joint election with Tarrant County. And to give Dr. Cavazos the authority to work that out. Whereas Section 6.08A of the Texas Tax Code requires a school board to hold an election to ratify school taxes when the board adopts a tax rate that exceeds a district voter approved tax rate. And whereas Section 26.08B of the Texas Tax Code requires such election to be held on the next uniform election date prescribed in Section 41.001 of the Election Code that occurs after the date of the election order. And whereas Section 42.002 and 42.0621 of the Texas Election Code requires any school election held on the November uniform election date to use the regular county election precincts and polling places. And whereas the Board of Trustees of Arlington ISD adopted its 2020 tax rate today, August 13th, 2020, and has ordered an election for voters to approve school taxes to be held on November 3rd, 2020. And whereas Arlington ISD is wholly located within Tarrant County, and whereas the Board of Trustees of Arlington ISD wishes to conduct a joint election with Tarrant County, and whereas such county has expressed willingness to hold the November 3rd, 2020 election jointly with Arlington ISD, now therefore be it resolved that Arlington ISD shall hold its voter-approved tax rate election on November 3rd, 2020 jointly with Tarrant County, and that the superintendent is authorized to negotiate with Tarrant County and enter into a joint election agreement for this election. I move this resolution be approved.
Okay.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Ms. Walton, a second by Mr. Hogg. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Ms. Walton?
Holly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg?
Bowie Hogg, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa?
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr. Reich?
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Keisha Mays, I vote yes. Motion passes unanimously in the affirmative. Okay, our next motion. E. Dr. Cavazos, any comments?
Yes, thank you, President Mason. So we'll shift gears a little bit here, and this has to do with taking attendance during this time of closure and online instruction. This was recently surfaced by TEA in terms of board policies and the things that need to be done to adjust that so that we can take attendance and receive our funding. So Dr. Hill has a brief presentation. We have covered this with our Finance and Accountability Committee as well of the board. And so this allows us to take the attendance during this time and continue to receive funding. So Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos, and greetings, President Mays and members of the board. Again, bringing this resolution regarding attendance taking policies during remote learning as a result of the COVID and impacted school closure. As you're all aware, there are several policies within board policy that address attendance taking, and they are listed here for you. Going from compulsory attendance, attendance accounting, attendance for credit, attendance enforcement, and release time dealing with student attendance. Currently, these policies refer to and govern on-campus instruction. And so while students are on campus, that's what these policies are speaking to. As you're aware, during the temporary closure as a result of COVID, we will be operating remotely. That may include some sort of hybrid instruction, some campus-based instruction, asynchronous remote, as well as synchronous remote instruction, and potentially others that we haven't discussed or know what the future holds just yet. So that being in mind, we would like to recommend the board approve this resolution that allows all of those previously discussed attendance policies to capture or include remote instruction as well. So the same things that are allowed for on-campus attendance procedures, we want your approval through this resolution to make that apply for remote instruction. It's a very simple requirement, I guess, from TEA, but that's the recommendation this evening, and we'll definitely take any questions that you may have as a result.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Are there any questions by trustees? Ms. Fowler?
Yes, President Mays, I move to approve the following resolution as written. The one-time modification of district policies and procedures on attendance. Whereas due to the outbreak of COVID-19, the normal operations of the district closed on March 16th, 2020, and the Texas governor issued executive order number GA08 relating to COVID-19 preparedness and mitigation, and through this action and in accordance with guidelines from the president, ordered the temporary closure of all Texas school districts. And whereas due to the continued effects of COVID-19, on July 17, 2020, the Texas Commissioner of Education SY 2021 Public Health Planning Guidance related to remote learning and the likelihood of extended non-campus based learning for the 2021 school year. Whereas because the district is and will be unable to resume normal campus-based instruction for an extended period of time, and administering the current policies and guidelines for student grading will be impossible, impractical, or unsafe, the temporary suspension of or modification to certain policies and guidelines related to student grading will ensure fairness in the process for all students. And Whereas AISD board policies FEA local, FEB local, FEC local, FED local, and FEF local address student attendance, and whereas during the 2021 school year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, AISD will be offering hybrid, campus-based, asynchronous remote instruction. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the board that the board determines that AISD board policies, number one, the board addresses the AISD board policies FEA local, FEB local, FEC local, FED local, and FEF local shall be amended for the 2021 school year to include hybrid campus-based asynchronous remote instruction pursuant to the district's final alteration plan, including any and all transition periods as permitted by the Commissioner of Education and or Texas Education Agency. Number two, adopted by the vote of majority members, the Board of Trustees of the Arlington ISD present and voting at an open meeting of the board on the 13th day of August 2020, at which a quorum was present. President Mays, I move that we accept this resolution as written.
I'll second.
Ms. Mays, you're on mute.
Thank you. And I heard the second. Was that Mr. Chapa?
It was.
Okay. Okay. So I don't think this matters, but just in case, one word under now therefore be it resolved by the board, number one, pursuant to the district's final attestation plan. Just want to say the word as is written, just in case. Just want to make it correct. Okay. So motion made, Ms. Fowler, second made, Mr. Chapa, with the word change as printed. Walton, Ms. Walton.
I was thinking maybe that was a typo. It should be the attendance plan, but I guess not, huh?
It's the attestation that we have to submit to the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Good question. Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll vote. Ms. Walton?
Polly Walton, I vote yes.
Mr. Hogg?
Louis Hogg, I vote yes.
Mr. Wilbanks?
David Wilbanks, I vote yes.
Mr. Chapa?
Justin Chapa, I vote yes.
Dr.
Aaron Reich, I vote yes.
Mrs. Fowler?
Melody Fowler, I vote yes.
Okay. Keisha Mays, I vote yes. So motion passes unanimously in the affirmative. Very good. Okay. Next on the agenda is our discussion action item for reopening schools for the 2020-2021 plan update. Dr. Cavazos.
Thank you, President Mays. And tonight we bring another update for our reopening schools 2020-2021 update. And so we've been meeting often, and so we brought updates every week. And so tonight we bring the latest information in terms of our opening. And I will tell you that as we begin this presentation, that I sincerely, and I'll do it as many times as possible, I sincerely thank our staff, our leadership, our teachers for their efforts in preparing for Monday, which is our first day of school virtually. They've done an outstanding job throughout the district, across the system. And so I want to thank them. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Brown to lead us through another update of our opening plan.
Good evening, President Mays and members of the board and Dr. Cavazos. Excited to be able to share an update about our return to school plan this evening. I'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so as we began each presentation, we've talked about our guiding principles, which have really undergirded our work, our planning processes. The first one, of course, being flexibility and grace, knowing that we are in uncertain times, and so granting grace and asking for flexibility as well as we navigate this uncharted terrain. Educational equity, making sure all of our students have equal access to resources, devices, and of course, to a rigorous learning experience, whether it's virtual or our in-person learning platform. Health and safety being a priority for our students and of course our staff members as well. And then valuing stakeholder input from teachers, from administrators, from our parents as well. That's provided a lot of input and stake into the decisions that we continue to make as a system. So today we're going to talk about 4 things. One, I'll provide an update for our in-person learning for our special education, some of our specialized programs that begin on Monday. We'll also share a registration update, which will provide recent numbers and data tidbits that I'll share with you as well. Then I'll spend some time talking about our custodial services support. Last week I shared with you there have been some shifts in the custodial schedules, and so I'll talk in more detail about how that's going to look in terms of the cleanliness of our building and their work as well. And then we'll close our conversation today with the Tarrant County Public Health Guidance document. And Annette Minnerly, our Health Services Coordinator, is going to walk us through components of that update as well. So as we talked about for the last several weeks, on Monday, we will begin in-person learning for a special group of students in Arlington. First, we'll have our ABLE units will be present. We'll have students from our alternative curriculum program as well, and then our early childhood for special education. We'll also house students from our regional day school program for the deaf at Miller Elementary School. So to provide an update as far as the number of students that will have engaged in face-to-face learning, so far we have 324 students whose parents have committed to in-person learning. So 45% of our special programs population are attending. We have 24 who still aren't quite sure yet, and we have 300 who have just committed to the virtual learning, and 69 who have not been able to make contact with as it relates to coming back to school for in-person learning. As far as the enrollment at each particular campus, as we know, there are about 49 campuses that will house a program starting on Monday, and have a few campuses that have only 1 student who will get lots of special attention. And then we have some campuses who have up to 20 students, and that typically is our larger high schools that have more alternate curriculum programs. So we have many students coming to those campuses. As it relates to operation registration, we've shared this the last couple of weeks with you all, but want to give you a current snapshot of where we are as it relates to our numbers. So far, when we ask parents whether they would they prefer in-person learning or virtual learning, so far 41% prefer in person and 59% prefer virtually. We see that shifting a couple of points every week, going more towards virtual, as you see in the update today. And if we look at our numbers from last year's registration, we had a total of 44,228 students registered, and we are at 48,869 now, which puts us at about 83% of our projected enrollment. And that certainly speaks to the efforts of our principals and our task force that are working on campuses to really be able to rally our parents and get them enrolled, our students enrolled, as soon as possible. Some other additional tidbits about our enrollment. We have 42 campuses that have reached at least 80% enrollment, so we're very pleased with that. And we have 22 campuses that are above 90% of their students enrolled. 25 campuses are on the up and up, and they're between 70 and 79% registered. And we so far have over 6,000 new students to Arlington, and we're certainly happy to welcome our new students to our district. So again, campus teams continue to work their task force to make direct contact to parents, and then in the coming week or so, even making home visits to the last known address of our parents and families to make sure they don't need any additional support to get them registered for school. We also, of course, are assessing our technology needs for our students. And as of about 5 o'clock this afternoon, we have close to 12,000 requests for Chromebook or iPad, and we are able to commit to those requests. We have the devices on hand to support that need for our students, and we are close to 400 hotspots that were requested. It's very important that Monday morning our students have access to Wi-Fi and connectivity so they can engage in our learning first thing Monday morning. So this is an example of the distribution plan that campuses were asked to put together for this week. We mentioned last week that technology devices are being distributed this week. So were textbooks or consumables as well, hotspots as well. And so we wanted to make sure that campuses had strategic plans that were thoughtful, that we were considering traffic flow, the amount of time that we were allotting for distribution, so we can avoid any lengthy lines or time that parents have to commit to being able to pick up those devices. So just wanted to share that Ditto's plan. They started distribution today. They're also going to continue that distribution tomorrow. They'll have two options. So for the parents who can come in the morning, they're able to pick up devices and resources there. Those who need to come at 5 o'clock in the evening, they'll still be there distributing devices to those parents. And they have an additional 8 staff members who are on hand to make sure they have several lines. They all have radios, they're able to call each other to say when the parent shows up, the student's name, to be able to get the device and resources to those students in an expedient fashion. On tomorrow, they're having their back to school drive-through for kindergarten students. For many students, this is their first time enrolling in school. And so wanted to make sure we could welcome them with a lot of hoorah and fanfare, if you will. Of course, all of our staff members are required to follow our safety protocols, social distancing, making sure they're wearing masks, and of course, practicing hand sanitation as they're engaging in the distribution of devices and resources. So our custodial team has been busy at work, and so I want to talk to you about how they restructure their operations to make some additional changes to be able to take care of the physical building and make sure that it's safe and healthy for all of our students and staff members. So a few of the changes, of course, we always sanitize the buildings, but now we're making sure that most items are sanitized at least 3 times per day. And that is because we'll have increased touch when those common areas, doorknobs, light switches, our water fountains as well. So making sure we're increasing the sanitation cycles for our schools. When students are in the building, I'll show you a schedule as to how that's going to look, making sure there's increased sanitization while students are there and staff members are there as well. Making sure that we have building electrostatically misted routinely throughout the building. And that of course is to make sure that we're able to disinfect in the air. As we know, lots of particles flow in the air as well. And just in general, increased detailed cleaning, making sure that as we consume food in the classrooms, that we're picking up trash, that we're sanitizing those spaces as best we can. Our custodial team, of course, required masks or face coverings. They wear gloves as needed, making sure they have safety glasses or a face shield if it's necessary, and just making sure they're operating with standard safety equipment to ensure their own safety and, of course, the health and safety of those around them as well. Social distancing, we're completely doing that, of course. Hand washing frequently and hand sanitizing, those are practices from our custodial team as well. So I'd like to share a sample schedule of what the operation task looks like at the campus level. Here's a junior high schedule. And you can see with this schedule, every 30 minutes of the custodian's day is basically outlined what they'll be focusing on. When they get there in the morning at the junior high school, they're disinfecting the office right away to make sure that we're ready for the day. Those common areas that are commonly touched, of course, that we're re-inspecting and disinfecting that space. You can see by 10 o'clock, we're looking to disinfect the cafeteria, making sure, breakfast is over. Now we're cleaning up and making sure there's nothing, no particles, and that everything is disinfected as far as the tables are concerned. At 10:30, looking at restrooms, restocking, making sure we have plenty of soap, paper towels, toilet paper in the restrooms as well, just making sure everything is restocked plentiful throughout the day. Then you can see at the junior high level around 11 o'clock, we have additional custodial team members who come. Some will do lunch duty. Others are then sanitizing classrooms, sanitizing restrooms, and they're doing that frequently, as you can see throughout the schedule. And here's the back end of the day. Again, each of the custodians have specific discrete tasks to engage in every 30 minutes. And as you see here in the evening before they leave, they're cleaning, disinfecting, restocking, and they still come back the very next morning and make sure that it's been disinfected to their liking and to the standard that we've set here in Arlington. So now we'd like to transition to Annette Minnerly, our Health Services Coordinator, and she's going to walk us through components of the Tarrant County Public Health Guidance that was issued last week that provides information about how we can make sure that we're reopening in a safe capacity during the midst of a community spread. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Annette at this moment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brown. As many of you are aware, Tarrant County did issue guidelines for us last week. And one of the first items on the guidelines is some metrics that they feel need to be met for us to be safer to start having in-person instruction. So our next slide here, these are the metrics that they gave us. And the first one is a 7-day moving average percentage of people who test positive, also called the positivity rate. And they feel it should be 10% or less, and ideally less than 5%. And where they're selecting this 5%, when the positivity rate is down to 5%, contact tracing becomes very easy or easier to do, and it's very effective, and it's much easier to contain the spread of the virus at that point. The next metric is they want the rate of cases reported for Tarrant County to be 100 cases per 100,000 population, and that means less than 2,000 cases per week. They want at least 4 weeks of the data showing stable or declining counts. The 7-day moving average for COVID-like illness should be decreasing for at least the last 2 weeks. And they want the percentage of hospital beds occupied by COVID-19 cases to be 10% or less. They also want the school districts in the county to have presented plans for reopening, including the elements outlined in their guidance, to our local health authorities as applicable, and we've already, that piece we've already done. We're already in communication with Dr. Simmons, the City of Arlington Health Authority, and so she's got our plans and has approved those. So these are some of the numbers from the dashboard for the metrics, so we can kind of see where are we in this situation. Our 7-day moving average positivity rate for the week ending August 2nd was 13%. And for this past Sunday, it was 10%. So we're going in the direction that they wanted. On our cases per week for July, the week ending July 19th, there were almost 4,000 cases, slightly fewer cases for the week ending on the 26th. But then for August the 2nd, the numbers were up significantly. This past week, they were down noticeably, and that's a very positive situation. Unfortunately, the immediate week that's just finished, sometimes the numbers change just a little bit as they get the final reports from various labs and get everything together. So that probably is going to change a little bit. And this is one of the reasons that they want to look at a trend, a 2 to 4 week trend before we start making decisions. And to sort of put it in school terms, this is the same as we wouldn't judge a student's entire semester by a single grade. There's a range of grades and an average, and we don't want to look at one single grade for that student for that semester. So our 7-day moving average for COVID-like illness, the week ending August the 2nd was 3.6%. For August the 9th, it's 3.2%. That one's also going in the direction that they want it to go. COVID patients hospitalized, the occupied beds, 11% are taken up by COVID positive patients. And then if you looked at the dashboard, the total number of beds, that's at 8%. So we're kind of on either side of that 10%. We're getting closer to where they wanted us to go. But again, what they want to look at is a 2 to 4 week trend, and they want everything going in the direction they want it going, and we need to be meeting all of the metrics for them to feel like we're really ready to start having significant in-person learning. And one of the ones that really is very important is that positivity rate. And the closer we are to that 5%, the better we're going to be able to control the spread of the virus and be sure that we don't create a situation where we bring everybody back to school and then we end up back in a situation where we have to close. And that's the thing we most want to not do. We want to come back to in person and stay in person. Monday, we're going to open. School's going to be open. We're just not going to be in our buildings. Okay, some of the prevention and mitigation strategies that they've given us, and these, a lot of them are going to sound familiar. They're things you've already heard. Seating should be assigned in a space big enough to allow students to sit 6 feet apart, and they shouldn't sit face to face. We shouldn't put them straight across from each other on a table. Stagger class start times and minimize movement in the school hallways. So especially with our secondary students that move around the hallways more, passing periods may need to be adjusted so that all the classes don't just come out. You know, it won't be that situation where the bell rings and the doors all pop open and the students are all in the hallway. The traffic may have to be a little more controlled than that. And an example would be to either have very structured one-way movement on either side of the hallway, or some of the schools that have narrower hallways may even choose to go with a one-way hallway all the way, and you have to go around the circle. Consider alternating day strategies for classes, which would limit the number of students in a building at any one time. And that would essentially be the hybrid schedule that you hear talked about. Serve meals in the classroom and use disposable trays and utensils so that the students are maintained in their cohort groups. We're going to enhance our sanitizing protocols, including wiping down high-touch surfaces with disinfectant. You've seen the custodial schedule. We've got a robust plan to be sure that there's frequent sanitizing of our buildings. Have hand sanitizer readily available in classrooms and hallways. At a minimum, cloth face coverings for all students. So we need to have a policy for students who arrive. They either don't have their face covering, they've lost it, something's happened to it. And so our purchasing department has been making sure that we have those supplies available so that we can help out the students that might have forgotten their face covering or something's happened to it and they don't have it available. So we can give them one and take care of that. So we're going to use procedure masks, gloves, and face shields for our school-based healthcare workers, our nurses, our clinic assistants. If we need to ask other staff to help us in that role, they too will have a face mask and a face shield and gloves. We want to protect those people from becoming contacts so that they'll still be here to help us care for our children. We need to consider modification of duties for personnel with significant comorbidities or some high-risk situation. And our HR department has been working with our employees that are in that situation to work with them and find out what's going to be the best way for them to continue to work either remotely or change their duties, or what do we need to do to be sure we accommodate our staff that are at high risk. We could consider using unused or underutilized spaces, librarians, auditoriums, gymnasiums, if we need to, in order to spread our classes out a little smaller and get those groups smaller. And this year there won't be awards for perfect attendance because we want to be sure that people feel comfortable staying home when they're sick. It's very important that you feel like it's okay to stay home and that you're not doing something you shouldn't. That's really what we need them to do, is stay home if they're sick. So we're going to do some screening for COVID. Before everyone comes to work or to school, they'll have a screening question that they need to answer. And we're in the process of getting that set up where it'll be done on an app, electronic link. So it'll be very simple. We'll be taking temperatures as people enter our buildings. And then we have a process in place if someone tests positive and we know that they have, or they have symptoms and we're concerned that they might have COVID, how we're going to communicate among the staff on the building to take care of that situation. Be sure we're doing our due diligence with our contact tracing, that the areas that individual's been are appropriately cleaned, and that we be sure they understand what their isolation protocol is going to be and when it's okay for them to come back to work or school. So those individuals that have symptoms and appear to be at risk, whether it's a staff person or a student, we'll make arrangements for them to go home immediately and be sure they have the instructions so that they can take care of themselves and know when it's going to be time for them to come back to school. And again, that whatever areas need to be cleaned will be cleaned. And this is a flow chart that Tarrant County has given us, and it's very helpful and colorful, and it's available on Tarrant County's website if someone wants to see it for real. I don't know how well you can see it on the screen because it's a little bit busy, but one of the points that they make, if you'll notice the circle there, it says, can all contacts be easily traced? And if you can say yes, and you come up to the top, you just close the classroom for 24 hours and do your cleaning, and then your contact students or individuals can't come back, but at the end of that 24 hours, you reopen that classroom and everything is fine. If you can't do good contact tracing, they want you to consider, do you need to close the building until you can do that contact tracing, especially if you're over in that red zone. And right now, unfortunately, that is where we are, because we're having significant community spread. So right now we would be in that red zone. And so it's very important that we keep our students cohorted and that we control the movements in and out of our buildings so that we can do that effective contact tracing, because we don't want to have to close a building. So, questions?
President Mays, before questions, if I could just real quick add sincere thank you. And I've thanked Annette over and over, and I'm going to keep thanking her. She takes the lead in this effort in our health services. And she has an outstanding relationship with Dr. Simmons, who you all have visited with in a board meeting, with our county health. They look to Annette for how we're doing things and how we're planning to do things. And they're very efficient in giving us responses. We've submitted our plan. They've looked at it. They help us tweak it. So I just want to thank Annette and all the nurses in the district, because they're going to take the lead at every building to lead a team for contact tracing. That is significantly important when we get into face-to-face, because the better we can do that, the better we can sustain an opening. And we've said it before, we want to sustain openings, not open and close and open and close. But it takes leadership like Annette and others to be able to do that. And I just want to thank them. I want to thank Dr. Simmons, Vinny Tanasia from the Tarrant County Health Department, who you've met also, for their leadership, because I've said it before and I'll say it again, they may not have the authority because that's been taken away from them, but their expertise continues, their recommendations, their knowledge, their rationale, that hasn't changed because they don't have the authority. So we rely on them to help us with their recommendations and their guide. And I just want to thank them for surfacing those metrics for us and for other school districts and the partnership that we have. So Annette, thank you for everything that you're doing and all your team. So with that, President Mays, I wanted to add that.
Thank you, Dr. Cavazos. Completely agree. Thank you so much, Annette, and everyone that's been helping. We really do appreciate it. Do we have any questions? Yes, Mrs. Fowler.
Thank you, President Mays. This is probably for Dr. Cavazos, but I was wondering, Annette mentioned that lunches would be brought to the classroom. Do we have enough cafeteria help? Are they going to actually bring all of the trays of food to the classrooms, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Ms. Fowler. And so I'll start with the big picture on that, because it applies to a lot of questions that I get often from teachers and others. And that is our intent, and it's supported by the recommendations from Tarrant County, but our intent to manage the numbers in our buildings. In other words, have a sustainable number of students at a time so that we can implement our protocols with fidelity. And so we can do the things like lunch in the classrooms and things like that with fidelity, where we're not spending hours trying to feed students because there's too many of them. So we want to be able to control that. And so for the high school, recently we received that flexibility where the district can design a hybrid schedule that says only a certain number of students every day can come to the building. Currently, we don't have that flexibility for junior high and elementary. And that is something that we continue to press. I do believe that there will have some, we'll have to have some flexibility for that because it's in complete contradiction with what our county is recommending. And I've shared that already with our commissioner. So to answer your question specifically, Ms. Fowler, yes, we will have enough staff and individuals to assist in that because we anticipate our numbers will be small to begin with. And we want that to happen so that we can implement not only that, but other protocols with fidelity.
Thank you. And one more question. With all this extra cleaning that our custodians are going to have to do, number one, do we have enough custodians? And number two, are they receiving any kind of specialized training as far as how to go in and sanitize and deep clean? I know they do a fantastic job on a daily basis, but are there things that maybe they need to know or be trained in?
That's a great question. So yes, we have enough. And Cindy, if you want to weigh in on, oh, Kelly, I see Kelly there too. He can weigh in too. But so yes, we have enough. We've adjusted those schedules. Thank you, Mr. Horn, for your leadership in that. But also Kelly, along with his other staff, they're leading trainings to train individuals as to how to do this protocol. Basically. But Mr. Horn, if you want to answer that question, you're welcome to.
Well, certainly, with the number of staff that we have and the reduced number of students, we should have plenty of staff to handle that. And we've also brought our evening shift folks, the folks that normally work the second shift from 3 until 11 at night, they're dropping down as Dr. Brown showed you earlier, they're dropping down to a split shift beginning at 11 o'clock and working until 7:30. And the reason why they're there that shorter period of time after the end of the school day is just so that we can begin to clean floors, vacuum, mop, sweep and mop corridors and things like that. And so we have plenty enough staff to do what we need to do. Additionally, our team here in Arlington has been electrostatically spraying or misting sanitizing products for almost 4 years now. So this is not new to us. And we've been working with Annette Merrily for years, just watching and monitoring outbreaks of the flu and colds and other viruses in our campuses. And we've always relied on her. She calls us and tells us when we have an outbreak in a campus, and then we've responded by electrostatically misting that so that we can help to minimize those numbers. So we're very well prepared, and our team is well trained, and so we're ready to go.
That's great. That's great to hear, Mr. Horn. So when students are allowed back in, not if, but when.
That's correct.
Parents should feel good about this, that everything's being thoroughly cleaned and sanitized. And like you said, we've been doing this for 4 years. It's nothing new for AISD, but I think parents will feel better knowing the protocols that our staff are going through to make sure that everyone's safe.
And Ms. Fowler, to your point, teachers as well. They feel more comfortable and much more confident when we have the protocols that we can not only describe, but that they see on a daily basis. And the foundation to that, though, continues to be that we're able to manage our numbers so that when we say that they have to be 6 feet apart in a classroom, that has 10 students, not 20 or 17 or 19. And that's a very significant point that we continue to make with our state because we want to follow protocols that build the confidence of our families, our students, and our teachers. But in order to do that, we need the flexibility to schedule our students when we open face-to-face. So I agree with you there.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Yes, Dr. Reich.
Thank you, President Mays. Thank you, Ms. Minnerly, for the great information and all that you're doing with the district. This, I think, is more of a question for Dr. Cavazos. Would you say, as far as reopening and the flexibility that we need, that 50% across the district, 50% in elementary and junior high and high school is workable with these guidelines?
So I would say, Dr. Rice, to answer that question, probably that's about the target, but more realistic, I think, of how we would design this. And we're in the early stages of hybrid design. But one model that we're looking at, that Dr. Brown is leading the effort with that with some of her team members, is an alphabetical, a range of alphabet, so that families that have children in elementary, junior high, and high school, if it's a range of an alphabet, that perhaps we can group them, and that if they can come to school on certain days, we're not saying that their junior high student comes on one day, elementary another, secondary, high school another. That if we could follow a model like that, where possible, it may lend to a better success. The other thing that we're looking at, and it's draft, okay, it's a little early, but that we're looking at is a situation where we would set a schedule for everybody, and whether you come or want to come now or not, so that we're not adjusting based on who decides to come when. Everybody has a set schedule. You may not take advantage of that the first week, but as you see others and you feel more comfortable, you want to come to school, then there's already a slot for you. We're not trying to say, well, that third grade class, 17 want to come next week, and we still have to social distance. What do we do with those students? It's setting a schedule for everyone. And again, those are in concept terms where we've got a lot of tangibles. We need to work on that, but a way that gives certainty to, this is my schedule. It's not ideal. I'll just be clear, because I've said that before. It's not ideal to only come once or twice a week to school. We wish we could come 5 days a week when we open. But it's something through this transition period that we have to be patient with a little longer, so that we can sustain an opening and at some point be able to open for everybody every day. That would be the ideal, right? But this is a way to begin those face-to-face services in a safe way for our teachers, for our students, and our community. Now, I said this before, and it's worth emphasizing again. We don't work in isolation. We're a big school district. We're 60,000 students, about 10,000 employees if you count substitutes. Anything that we do in the opening aspect, we are going to have an effect on Arlington and Tarrant County, on testing, hospitalization, spread, et cetera, right? And we also know, because we understand this too, not opening, we have a big effect also. We affect families and working families and people who students who need the face-to-face service. We absolutely understand that too. So our goal is to be able to open with a sustained number of students and sustain an opening, so that we can keep building that and building that and building that to a point where, when the numbers allow and the metrics allow, we're able to open for everybody. I mean, that's our goal. And so to do it responsibly, though, is the key. And I mean responsibly in terms of a schedule. And that's what I'm continuing, and me and others, to continue to advocate with our state. And I know the board is also advocating to allow us that flexibility for elementary and junior high that they recently allowed for high school. And that took months for them to allow it for high school. And we need it across the system. The Tarrant County guidelines support that as well, because of the way it's designed. It, in essence, is designed for there to be fewer students in the building at one time. And just to a perspective, and I know Ms. Minnerly covered this as well, but a perspective is, when we hit these targets, okay, these targets, these metrics that Ms. Minnerly described and that Tarrant County has surfaced, when we hit those targets, then we can open face-to-face with these restrictions. So that's really important. It's not like we hit these targets to open the doors for everybody. That's not what the guidelines say. It's actually, when you hit these targets, then you can begin to do that opening with these strict protocols that we know we need to follow. So anyway, so that's just a little more context to that. But I think that the capacity is going to be very important, Dr. Rice, to your original question. And it probably will stand around 50%. But as we build that schedule, we'll have definite percentages.
Well, I appreciate the extra information there. what I heard was really, I know it's in the early phases, but you're drafting a model that is really based on equity, to be as equitable as possible. I know that's a thought that a lot of people have said that, well, they've asked me, so if you had the ability to open in a decreased capacity, so how are you going to choose for those that by choice want to be in? You're going to have to turn some of those away. And I know based on our discussions, I've been able to answer them. Well, if we can get the allowance to be innovative and independent in our district, it would be more equitable.
That's right.
It is not the ideal where everybody's in all 5 days, but it certainly puts us closer, many more steps in that direction. So I appreciate what you're doing at the local level, of course, but also at the state level and advocating for this as a group. We have done this as a board. I strongly recommend, President Mays, that we craft at least a letter communication to our governor as well as TEA to support these needs for us to remain independent. And I say it that way because, as you said, Dr. Cavazos, it took months. We were first out of the gate as a district to present a hybrid model, and it was summarily dismissed. And months later, it's now an allowance. We don't have months to elementary and junior high.
That's right.
This is a system-wide. We have families all over this district that have multiple kids, elementary, junior high, high school. We have to address this. I believe our decision point is it like September 14th as far as complying with a plan and a waiver, et cetera. So I submit to my colleagues that we need to do this yesterday. We need to really start applying pressure. We need affirmation one way or another. I mean, if we don't get it, that is a big disappointment in my opinion, but at least we know. We have only gone through pivot, repivot. And not to say that we're still not going to, but to have a little bit more allowance to be innovative and flexible here at the local level, because we as a board do have that decision-making authority. But as I think I said in the last meeting, we're doing it kind of with one hand tied behind our back. And you as the CEO on the operations side of this with our staff, you can create a great plan that meets the guidelines of public health. And as you said, so goes our district, so goes our community. And that's on many levels. I've always said it economically, but health-wise, it's the exact same situation in this pandemic. So I strongly urge that we do this with the understanding that time is of the essence. Because what you have stated, Dr. Cavazos, is right now we don't have that flexibility, even if to proceed right within, say, the next 4 weeks to do system-wide. We only have it for high school, right?
So Dr. Rice, to be clear, in the 4 weeks and then the next 4 weeks, if we apply for that waiver, okay, then that's a total of 8 weeks. You can do some of this in those 8 weeks. You can do some of that hybrid scheduling. The issue with a big district like ours, with many campuses, is the fact that if we start that hybrid scheduling in a matter of weeks, because 4 weeks were virtual, so that leaves potentially another 4 weeks, to start that, and then at the 4th week, because we run out of waiver opportunity, to then pivot and say, which is what the state requirement is, all of a sudden, anybody who wants to come face-to-face can come. And we know that the numbers right now that Dr. Brown shared, that's a district average. There are some campuses with 60% want to come face-to-face, 70% want to come face-to-face. Right. And so we have to be very mindful of that. So that's the advocacy, if you will, or the request to the state that I've been sharing with our commissioners, saying, if it's going to come, if that flexibility is going to come like it did for high school, it would be really important to let us know early so that we can lay those plans and be ready to sustain those plans. Quite frankly, to set up a hybrid schedule for elementary for 4 weeks and then pivot right after that to anybody who wants to come can come is not practical. It's not practical. And so that's the clarification with that. Yes, because we hear that. Well, you have that flexibility. Well, of course we have it within the 8 weeks, but if you cannot sustain that kind of schedule and an arbitrary date you have to flip back, it's not reasonable. That's the point.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a key component of the letter or any communication that we have as a governing body to our state level. That is the thing that I think it's really important for all of us to be aware of, that we can create these plans, and even if we have a system allowance for that 4 weeks, that second 4 weeks after that, we don't have any flexibility. Our hands are tied again. And with CDC at the national level as well as the local level, the reopening plans have always been consistent with phased in, not just choice, not just all in. It's been phased in based on metrics. And we've got the metrics, and now we need the allowance for the capacity and the duration to allow those capacities. So whether it's 25% or 50%, and then maybe after a couple of weeks of more metrics, 75% with adjustment.
Absolutely.
That's what we need.
That's correct.
I encourage us to get those communications done ASAP. Ms. Minnerly, thank you very much for all of the information and all you're doing. I think these protocols are sound. They're definitely in line with the guidelines, not just here with our local health authorities, but nationally. And I am cautiously optimistic at this point, aside from what we just discussed, we are trending in the right direction, which is wonderful news. So hopefully that will continue. And if we're able to get the flexibilities that we're seeking as a district, we'll be able to affect that downward trend continuously moving forward. And that's ultimately the best thing for our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Ms. Walton?
Thank you, President Mays. I just had been reading the guidance that we got from there, and just kind of questions cropped up. Are the response plan, we're supposed to have a school point of contact, maybe more than one. I assume, well, maybe I shouldn't assume, maybe Ms. Marilyn can tell me, is that our principal, APs, nurse? Who would that person point of contact for our school campus? I assume that means, well, who would that be?
We're going to use the nurse as the COVID point of contact, but there will need to be a team of individuals that are basically our COVID team on the campus, and the nurse will not be the only one who's aware of contact tracing protocols and those kind of things.
Great. And I guess this may be a question for Dr. Hill. What is going to be our protocol for dealing with a student who refuses to wear a face covering properly?
That's a good question, Ms. Walton. As you recall, maybe last week, we added that requirement to the student code of conduct under the dress code, and we will handle that just as we would any other dress code violation. First attempt would be to provide that student with the mask if they don't have it, but if they refuse to wear it, then there would be consequences associated with that.
Okay. Well, and I totally concur with what Dr. Reich was saying about we've got to have the local control to do some kind of hybrid schedule, and I appreciate all that he said. And my last comment is on-campus school is not going to look like it did a year ago. I hope that our parents and I know our staff understands that, but I'm wondering if our community and our parents and students realize how different school is going to look when we open to whatever plan we have. So I think these updates that Dr. Brown has been leading are so important. And I just hope that we're getting this message out to parents and our community, because it's going to be very different looking when we go back to opening our campuses. Thank you, President Mays.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Hogg.
Thank you, President Mays, and I'll be quick on this. And Ms. Minnerly and Dr. Bossos, thank you for all the work, and I'm just appreciate that we have nurses on all of our campuses. A decision we had to make a long time ago.
That's right.
And something we did, and it's come back and looked good for us. So, are we going to be doing weekly, once school starts, are we going to be doing weekly surveys about parents that would want to send their kids back? Or, I mean, maybe not weekly, maybe every 2 weeks. How often are we going to track that information of parents' intent if they had the option to send them back versus virtual?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so, Mr. Hogg, I want to address the first part because I failed to mention that the board had a long time ago, to your point, made sure that we had registered nurses at every building. And that's not true at every school district. And so thank you for that, and for that continued support for that kind of staffing in our schools. To your question, Mr. Hogg, we're going to have a system whereby parents can request for face-to-face. And so we've already kind of put that in motion. When we open, right, we will have a system, and we will take no more than 5 days to approve, if you will, a face-to-face instruction so that we're ready for the students and we transition seamlessly. Keeping in mind that everybody will be an online learner during this period, because we may have to quarantine and other things like that, as we've talked about in the past. But we're going to be giving that flexibility to parents to request to come face-to-face when we open, based on our schedule, at an opportunity to do that. And we will take as little as 1 day up to 5 days, but no more than 5 days to approve that request. What we want to make sure is that we have everything we need for those students when they decide to come back. Keeping in mind that, again, this is probably more than you're asking, but keeping in mind that when we develop a hybrid schedule, let's just talk high school for a minute. We develop that hybrid schedule, everybody will be able to know their schedule. So when you want to activate and come to school, we want to make it as seamless as possible. But yes, they will have choice. We'll continue to ask them. We also see that going the other way, quite frankly. We quarantine some classrooms at a school because of a case and things like that. We may have a lot of parents who decide for a while they're not going to send their kids face-to-face, and they're going to keep them at home. And so we want that to be rather seamless.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then what's, as we, and Ms. Minnerly, I really appreciate having what's our target? Like, what are these numbers of where they come from and where they go? And, I think we have to look at those. I see what New York Public Schools, I see what other schools around the country are sitting there saying. I think Carranza up at New York said, if we get over 3%, we're closing automatically. Every single New York public school, he's closing because, Dr. C, we talk about us having decisions. Boy, talk about a concentrated area with a lot of schools that they can't even name them. They just number them. But
that's right.
It's an interesting side. So I appreciate having that. But what's the schedule and the deadline for that decision point of September 14th? Can we make that decision so we track it? And I know we've got concerns over the Labor Day spike and some of those things. So if we're trending correctly, is it a week before where we can sit there and say, yeah, we think we're trending, the numbers are trending correctly. As long as these next 2 weeks hold up, we're going to open. What's that decision point date?
So, Mr. Hogg, and from my standpoint, the first part of your question is, I lean a lot closer to the 5%, not the 10%. And that's just the reality with our health authorities. And if it's sustained at 5%, that would be ideal, right? But to your question directly, when we're going to monitor those numbers because they're weekly. A lot of those are reported weekly, so it's not like every day that we're able to see the snapshot. for the whole week, obviously. And so we're going to be bringing to the board at the first meeting in September, a discussion item, and with President May's collaboration here, discussion items about this waiver, so that the board can begin to see the waiver, understand the waiver, but also with the metrics at that time. It may be a situation, Mr. Hogg, and I know this may be jumping ahead a little bit, but it may be a situation where we have to submit the waiver for insurance, if you will, and make sure that we're the board and everybody else is covered. But that then we have the flexibility to decide whether we're going to use all that time or not. So that might be a way we approach it. But the numbers are going to drive this. I shared this with teachers today in one of their faculty meetings. There's nothing magical about 4 weeks. There's nothing magical about 8 weeks. It's the numbers that will begin to drive and guide our decisions. Those are really points in time. I don't know, Ms. Minnerly, if you have anything to add to that at this point.
No, I'd agree with you that it's just something we're going to have to monitor and see which way we're going. And we do have to be at least aware that Labor Day may cause a situation like we saw after the 4th of July, and that the numbers may not be sustained the way they want them to be for us to feel it's safe to return to in-person.
Well, I just think of that, if we do have to extend it, so I appreciate that, Dr. Steve and Ms. Minnerly, instead of knowing, hey, September 3rd, we're going to give some kind of announcement, because we can't let people live on false hopes or unrealistic. Parents and families aren't as nimble as a large school district is, so people have to make adjustments. So I appreciate that September 3rd as the date. Let me ask 2 more questions on there. I'm assuming when staff comes back, we will work with cooks or someone like that to train them on how to put on PPEs and things of that nature.
Specifically the nurses. Ms. Minnerly, you want to address that as to how the nurses have been trained?
Yeah, most of the nurses have come from clinical backgrounds, and they've worked with PPE, and they do already know how to put it on and take it off. The CDC has some great videos on how to do it, and some posters. If you ever have any question, in what order do you put it on, in what order do you take it off? And so we've reviewed all of that. So pretty much the people who are going to really need to wear PPE are already familiar with it.
I appreciate that. Last question. With other districts in Tarrant County that have now gone face-to-face with some private schools that have gone face-to-face, and even districts around the state and around the country, what's the plan for how we're tracking their results and their reporting and some of those things to give us a barometer? Because we're taking a big barometer over the entire county, which I do think is the right path to go. But I think we also have to look at what's the parameter of what's happening with other schools that have opened in those perspectives.
Yeah, unfortunately, at least if you just do a quick survey around the country, the schools that have opened in high spread areas have not been able to do it successfully to a large extent. And when they can do it successfully, it's when they can follow those protocols. And that hasn't changed actually since May and April. It's the same concept. If you can follow the protocols, you have better success. Protocol being the numbers.
I agree with that. I just want to make sure we're tracking and actually looking at those. Like, that's important information to know, that, hey, I've heard the reports of some of these Georgia high schools. I spoke to one of my colleagues, and she's in Georgia, and she was like, oh yeah, we've caught this has happened in our district. And so I just want to make sure we're tracking, because schools are other good judgments for us to see what is happening, and others that have taken the jump to that to help us track those. So I just want to make sure we have a tracking, some type of mechanism to look at those data points also.
Yeah, and specifically in Tarrant County, the districts thus far who had originally planned to open face-to-face instruction as early as Monday for anybody who wants it, have generally walked that back, and they haven't done it. They're scheduled, I think the earliest is the 24th or somewhere on there, to try to do face-to-face. And so we'll see. To your point, Mr. Hogg, in Tarrant, I don't know that there's been a lot that have opened that are big systems, right? That are elementaries and junior highs that are big and things like that. But Ms. Minerly, do you keep track of some of that with Dr. Simmons and others?
Yes, I do. And I'm also in contact with other health services coordinators in other districts in the county as well.
Awesome.
And we share information quite a bit.
And I lied. I have one more question just because I thought of it. Are districts also, in districts? I know public districts, but are parochial and private and charter districts, are they required to report their positive cases from students? Ms. Minerly?
Everyone's required to report positive student, any positive case, there's a requirement that it be reported.
That's all I needed. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Ms. Walton?
I just had one other thought. Would any of our associations like the Council of Great City Schools or TASB or any of those, are they doing any kind of study on how goes the progress on opening schools?
And Ms. Walton, who are you addressing that question to? To anyone who can answer?
I'm assuming Dr. Gavassos or anybody that's kind of out there, communicating with other groups.
Yeah, and I'll let Dr. Cavazos answer that, but just from the emails that I've seen from the Great City Councils of Schools, those are definitely discussions that they are having since they include so many large school districts.
Right.
So yes,
Like
there
us,
is some information. Dr. Cavazos, have anything to add to that?
Ms. Mays, I lost the connection there, so I did not hear the question.
Ms. Walton, you can repeat it.
I was saying, do we have any information from some of our associations, and I'm thinking primarily of the Council of Great City Schools, who might be gathering this information that Mr. Hogg was speaking about?
Yeah, there's some associations that gather that information, but right now they're struggling with the same thing as to deciding how to open. Many of them are staying virtual in terms of the Council of Great City Schools. If I understood the question correctly.
That was it. And just is the group as an organization doing any analysis of the group, the members of that group and what they're doing and how it's going, how successful are they being, any advice for others kind of stuff?
Only in the reopening plans, Ms. Walton, not in the collecting the numbers. That might be a good thing for that Council of Great City Schools to capture. A lot of this is localized, right? So it's based on your specific conditions in your area, but the reopening plans are things that we share back and forth with Council of Great City School partners.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walton. Do we have any other questions or comments? Bowie, your mic's off, but I don't know if you want to talk. Okay, that means no. Mr. Chapa?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. In the presentation that Dr. Brown gave, there was a statistic on the number of students who were new to AISD. And I just wanted to ask are those students primarily pre-K and kinder students that are new to the district, or are those actually new pickups across all grade levels primarily?
Trustee Chapa, that's actually across all grade levels. We have about 3,300 pre-K students who've enrolled. And so we have over 6,000 new students. So we did pick up some across all grade levels.
Great, that's good to hear. That's all I have.
Okay, well, I had two questions and both of those questions have now been asked. So I don't have any questions from myself. Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much, Dr. Hill. Thank you, Cindy Powell. Thank you, Ms. Moss, for that information that's been given. I will say that I have, just from the conversation that we've had and everyone who's listening, it also brings up, I know we stress teachers, but we were talking about the TRE earlier. that encompasses the staff. So that would include these custodians that are doing an amazing job of keeping our schools clean. That would include our nurses. That would include our food service. And just last week, I saw one of the buses in my neighborhood, I guess, practicing and tracking where they're going to pick up or their timing. So that includes all of that staff. So I just want to make sure that we are highlighting all of our amazing staff that's inclusive of that 87 to 89%. And this was definitely a good example to be able to do that. Any other questions, comments? Okay, then we will move on in our agenda. And I believe the next thing in our agenda is open forum for non-agenda items. Ms. Benjamin, do we have any registered requested speakers for our open forum for non-agenda items?
No, President Mays, we do not.
Okay, then we will continue in our agenda to our superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Mays. And you've heard from me a lot tonight, but I do want to highlight that Monday is our first day of school. And it is not a traditional first day of school because we're online, but it is a first day of school and it's important. And so I want to thank the teachers who have prepared and are preparing and will continue to prepare through the weekend for that first day of school. Just as a perspective, because I think it's good to have perspective in this time that we're going through kind of the bigger picture. We're welcoming for the first time in Arlington, full day pre-K. And it's a time, what a time, right? During this pandemic, but we've waited a long time for full day pre-K and we're finally here. If you're keeping track, the full day pre-K students are the class of 2034. Class of 2034. So not sure how all that's going to work in 2034, but that's the class of 2034 that we're welcoming on Monday. If you want to be technical and the pre-K 3, they're the class of 2035, but most of the full day is 2034. And I had an opportunity to speak with all close to 200 pre-K teachers via Zoom this week, and they are excited. They are excited. They're energized. And what I shared with them, and I continue to share with all the teachers, is if pre-K teachers can deliver online engaged instruction during this time, then really anybody can. And so I always thank pre-K teachers just all the time. And certainly now during this time, a big thank you to them. So Monday's our first day of school. We do expect students to be engaged with us. We're going to take attendance. We're going to take grades. We're going to go through this journey together. And if we can see the numbers where they need to be, then hopefully sooner than a lot later, we'll be able to have some face-to-face instruction in Arlington. So with that, that's my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cavazos. Any reports from any other trustees? Ms. Walton, you're unmuted. You have something? Okay. Dr. Reich?
Thank you, President Mays. I just wanted to echo Dr. Cavazos to just say to our whole district, our teachers, our staff, our families, our students, Monday, have a great time, embrace it. There's bound to be new experiences that I think mostly will be positive. There may be some hiccups. Grace is always in the forefront of all of our minds. Just remember that. And then also this Saturday morning, we do have our back to school bash, which is at AT&T Stadium. It's gonna look different this year. It's a drive-through. So quite different, but it's wonderful that our community has still stepped up to provide such needed supplies and services for our students in most need in our district. So proud to be part of a community that cares and comes up with solutions even in the state of COVID pandemic that we are in. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reich. And yes, please make sure you go to the AISD website for information that's continually coming out of events that are going on, things that are happening. it is still exciting, as everybody has stated, very different, but still very exciting that school is starting, even in the format that it is starting. And I just want to say, did anyone else have their hand up? Okay. So I just wanted to say that I am very proud to be president of this current group of trustees. And I hope that people, as they watch and have an opportunity to see our board meetings, see how each individual person has an opportunity and takes that opportunity to think on their own, to vet questions that they have, to ask hard questions, to sometimes make tough decisions, but that each trustee does that work on their own. There is not one trustee on this board, and I would be very honest if there were, maybe not in this format, but that doesn't take their role very seriously and very honestly and thinks about the things that are presented, as well as the district and central administration in providing us with information and documentation. And they don't necessarily have to even be on the line, but hopefully everybody sees that these are individuals that normally come and sit through a board meeting. In case we do have any questions, they're there to answer those questions instead of say, well, we'll get back with you. So I just want to thank my team, my colleagues here, for what each of you do and for being single-minded to make your decisions and for being thoughtful in your process, strategic in your thinking and your decision-making. And I appreciate that not only as president, but I also appreciate that as a community member of AISD. I appreciate that very much. So with that being said, next on our agenda is the Secretary. Do we have any items?
No, ma'am, we do not. I would like to take one point of personal privilege and thank you for your leadership and your calm deliberations and leading us through a very stressful time and doing it with such grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that being said, it is 9:30 and we are adjourned. Good evening.